square off in the Steel City. It's time to get you out to Pittsburgh for the Diamondbacks and the Pirates.
Thanks, Matt. We're at one of the most underrated ballparks in all of baseball. And today we have two of the most underrated players in all of baseball. All-star first baseman for the Arizona Diamondbacks, Paul Goldschmidt, and the three-time All-Star center fielder for the Pittsburgh Pirates, Andrew McCutchen. Two of the most exciting and fun players to watch in the game. It's the D-backs and the Pirates, and it's coming up right here on Fox. It is a beautiful day for baseball here in Pittsburgh as we take a look at the standings. And yes, that's right. August 17th, and the Pirates are in first place, a 3-game lead over St. Louis, while Arizona is 6 back in the wild card. And hello, everybody. Justin Kutcher alongside Bob Bradley. And Bob, if you speak to anybody around this town, they talk about their Pirates, and they say, can we believe this year? Is this the year that they can believe?
Well, I personally think so, but you can certainly understand that particular attitude from Pirates fans. They were 12 games over 500 last year at this time, and for the 20th consecutive season, they finished under 500. The organization did a great job, I feel, in targeting the right guys to bring in, not only for their contributions on the field, but for their leadership abilities in that clubhouse, and I think they got the right guys.
One of the biggest additions was their catcher, Russell Martin. He has made a huge difference. Now for Arizona, their pitcher's Trevor Cahill today, making his first start in about 6 weeks. How big of a start is this for both Cahill and the team?
Well, personally, I think it's huge. You look at the Diamondbacks going back to spring training. They felt one of their strengths was going to be the top of their rotation in Ian Kennedy, Trevor Cahill, Brandon McCarthy. Well, Ian Kennedy's been traded. Brandon McCarthy and Trevor Cahill have both spent extensive amounts of time on the disabled list. It's been 3 sophomore pitchers that have basically carried this rotation. So for Trevor Cahill, a big start for him, a big start for the Diamondbacks.
And it's not going to be an easy task against this Pittsburgh Pirates team. They're in first place for a reason. They've got some power, they've got a lot of speed, and they can play defense up the middle. This Pittsburgh Pirates team has been kind of America's team this year, and they're trying to move on September and maybe October. It's Pittsburgh. It's coming up next. degrees, mostly cloudy skies, but no humidity. It is awesome as the Pirates are getting set to take the field here as they won last night by the score of 6-2. And it's time for today's starting lineups brought to you by Taco Bell. Sometimes you gotta live Moss for the Arizona Diamondbacks. A.J. Pollock will lead things off and play center field. Martin Prado in left bat second. Paul Goldschmidt, the first baseman, will bat third. Aaron Hill at second will bat cleanup. Matt Davidson, one of the stud prospects for the D-backs, will bat fifth and play third. Will Nieves will do the catching and bat sixth. Gerardo Parra, the right fielder, bats seventh. Didi Gregorius at shortstop will bat eighth. And the pitcher, Trevor Cahill, will bat ninth. The opening pitch is brought to you by Budweiser, the official beer of Major League Baseball. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. The starting pitcher is Jeff Locke, the All-Star, 25-year-old left-hander on the season, 9-3, a 2.43 ERA, 137 innings, just 107 hits, 65 walks, 101 strikeouts. Bob, what can we expect to see out of Locke?
Well, if he holds true to pattern of this season, he's going to run up some pitch counts. He features a fastball, a curveball, and a straight changeup. He likes his fastball a lot early in the count, the curveball later in the count. The bad news is he's second in the National League with his 65 walks. The good news is he does his best work with runners on base. Opponents hitting only .213 with men on, 160 with runners in scoring position, and 118 with 2 outs and runners in scoring position.
That is good news for him. Here's the defense behind him in the outfield from left to right. Starling Marte, Andrew McCutchen, and Jose Tabata around the horn of the infield. Garrett Jones at first, Neil Walker at second, Jordy Mercer at short. At third base is Pedro Alvarez, and behind the plate is Russell Martin. Russell Martin has been such a key addition for Clint Hurdle and this Pittsburgh Pirates team. Jeff Locke actually said before they even played catch in spring training, before they even threw, Russell Martin went up to him and said, hey, I want to sit down, let's just have a conversation. 90 minutes they spoke. He goes, I just want to get to know you and learn what you like to throw in certain situations. He said he's never worked with a catcher like Russell Martin before.
Well, he's definitely a good one. Clint Hurdle told us that the Pirates, like a lot of teams, tried to build with strength up the middle, and Martin's a big part of that.
And the first pitch fastball is low and inside for ball one. A.J. Pollock on the season, 247, 6 home runs, 30 RBIs. One 0, fastball in the outside corner, 1 ball and 1 strike. Locke has said a big difference for him this year has been his two-seam fastball. Is 1-1, missing outside.
That two-seamer gives him just a little bit of wiggle on that fastball. A little less velocity than his four-seamer, but a little movement away from a right-handed hitter, especially in those situations where he's looking for a ground ball.
He gets a ground ball, knocks it down. Recover, throws to first for the out. The umpires for today's game behind home plate is Jim Wolf. At first base is Mike Estabrook. Second base, Jim Joyce. And third base, Jeff Nelson. Jim Joyce is the crew chief. Got the sunglasses on.
Saw Jim Joyce take a quick tour around the backstop here at PNC Park just to make sure that all the cameras were where they're supposed to be, all the wires were out of the way, and no interference with play on the field today.
Just doing his job. Martin Prado steps in, and Prado takes the first pitch fastball outside. Prado on the season, 275, 10 home runs, 53 RBIs. But he has been much, much hotter of late. Changeup misses, 2 balls and no strikes. Prado, since the All-Star break, is batting .357, .373 over his last 14 games.
Yeah, Prado has really settled in and become the offensive player that the Diamondbacks thought he was going to be when they traded away super stud Justin Upton to get him, among other players. Martin said early in the season he was trying too hard to impress his new team, show them how unselfish he was, his ability to hit behind the runners. Kirk Gibson said, just turn it loose, be who you are. And that's all the word that Martin Prado needed to hear from his skipper. He has been one of the better offensive players in this D-backs lineup over the last couple of months.
3 balls and a strike here to Prado in the first. Fastball is outside, ball 4. So there's that walk the issue, the control factor here for Jeff Locke. How about the Ford keys to the game?
Well, before we get much further into it, the Diamondbacks need to do what Martin Prado just did. Have patient at-bats. Work deep counts. Try to get Jeff Locke to run up that pitch count, maybe get him out of the ball game, at least get some traffic on the bases. And for the Pirates, against the sinker-balling Trevor Cahill, I think they need to run today. I think every time they get a runner on, they either need to steal or play hit and run. Otherwise, they're just going to ground into a bunch of double plays.
Paul Goldschmidt gets to hit with a runner on base. Goldschmidt not wasting any time. A big swing and a miss. Great numbers for Goldschmidt. 293, 29 home runs, 93 RBIs. Those 29 home runs tied for the National League lead with a third baseman for the Pirates, Pedro Alvarez. And really, you think about what Goldschmidt has done. He's been the only true consistent bat all year long for this D-backs team. It's one to left field. That'll fall in for a base hit. Marte goes over by the line. First and second, one away here in the first. And he just continues to hit.
He's had a couple of streaks this season where the average took a little bit of a beating, but the good news for the Diamondbacks was during those streaks he still took his base on balls. He still hit for some power. But I'll tell you, this guy's a special player. Does a lot of things well on the field. And as you mentioned, he basically carried the team along with Gerardo Parra throughout the first half of the season.
So now first and second, one out for Aaron Hill. Hill, his numbers continue to improve. 304, 8 home runs, 31 RBIs. And the first pitch is in there for a strike. Aaron Hill riding a 9-game hitting streak. Over those 9 games, hitting .417 with 3 home runs and 11 RBIs. The 0-1 from Locke. Fastball misses up high. On Wednesday against the Orioles, bottom of the 14th, goes up the middle, and that drives in Parra as the Diamondbacks eventually 3 consecutive walk-off wins.
Their 8th extra inning game on getaway day. Diamondbacks just didn't want to leave home.
Check swing, foul back.
And speaking about leaving home, the Diamondbacks have actually been in Pittsburgh longer than the Pirates have.
You're right.
The Pirates played Thursday in St. Louis. The Diamondbacks had an off day, came in here to Pittsburgh, so the Diamondbacks will actually have been here for 4 days. Pirates only 3.
1 ball, 2 strikes here to Aaron Hill. Jordy Mercer at short, playing more over towards third base, expecting a pull. In the dirt, now 2 balls and 2 strikes with that changeup.
Aaron Hill is a dead pull hitter. Most of his damage is done from the gap in left center field around to the left field foul line. See a little bit of a shift with Mercer sliding over toward the hole a little bit. Walker cheating up the middle of the field, which serves a couple of purposes. Number 1, it puts you in a better defensive position where Hill is most likely to hit the ball. And number 2, you can hold Martin Prado a little closer to the base out there at second.
The 2-2 from Locke. Missing inside. Now 3 balls and 2 strikes. You got Matt Davidson on deck. 3-2. Does Gibson send the runners?
I don't think so. I mean, even though Aaron Hill is a good contact hitter, I think he's going to play it pretty close to the vest here in the early part of the ballgame.
Jeff Locke, a 1.86 ERA in day games this year. The payoff pitch. Runners do not go. It misses inside. Back to, 2 walks now in the inning here for Locke around the single by Goldschmidt. So bases loaded, 1 out here, top of the first. And that'll bring up Matt Davidson. Coming into this game, Jeff Locke 65 walks in 137 innings. So far in this game, he's got 2 walks through a third of an inning. He's thrown 17 pitches, 10 of them have been balls. Matt Davidson 3 for 9 on the season. And the fastball's high and outside.
Davidson just recently called up to the major leagues. This is only his second start, but in a couple of pinch hit appearances, he's shown some real good patience at the plate, a real good eye for the strike zone, which is unusual for a young power hitter.
Fastball in the outside corner, 1-1. So the rookie Davidson makes sure he takes the strike here. With the bases loaded, a chance now for the Diamondbacks in the top of the first inning. Prado at third base. The 1-1. Good changeup, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
For a guy that relies a lot on his fastball, as I mentioned, especially early in the game, that's a really good pitch from Jeff Locke. Good changeup, full arm speed, fading out of the strike zone, got the swing and a miss.
The 1-2. Fastball missing up high. Now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Jeff Locke retired the first batter, A.J. Pollock, on a comebacker. Since then, he's walked Prado, gave up a base hit to Goldschmidt, walked Hill, and now 2 balls and 2 strikes to Davidson. Called strike 3 on the inside corner. A big pitch by Jeff Locke for the second out of the inning.
Well, you were talking about that two-seam fastball that's been a good weapon for Jeff Locke recently. You're going to look at this pitch by pitch. He misses off the plate away with a two-seamer. Gets a called strike on another two-seamer down there around the knees. That was the devastating changeup. He got the swing and a miss. Apparently up a little bit that time. Didn't get the call, but then comes back with another sinker that started just off the inside corner, tailed back to the corner for a called strike 3.
2 outs now for Will Nieves. 345, a home run, 18 RBIs. A backdoor breaking ball in there, first strike.
Davis has really been a pleasant surprise. I don't even know if I'd call it a surprise for the Diamondbacks with their starting catcher Miguel Montero on the disabled list with some back issues. Will Nieves has stepped into that starting catcher's role and swung the bat extremely well.
Not good numbers career-wise with the bases loaded, though. The 0-1. Other way, that is a fair ball inside, and that'll score at least 2. Now being held up at third base is Hill, and a big 2-run double by Will Nieves. Doesn't matter how hard you hit it, it's where you hit it.
They don't all have to be pretty to be effective. Big loopy breaking ball. Nieves kind of jammed himself. Wasn't sure if that ball was going to be fair or not before he started his trip around the bag at first, just inside the line. Mike Estabrook had to limbo out of the way of that one down into the right field corner. Diamondbacks take an early 2-0 lead.
RBIs number 19 and 20 on the season for Nieves. And now second and third, 2 outs for Gerardo Parra. And the first pitch breaking ball is in there, first strike. Parra on the season, those 269, 8 home runs, 30 RBIs, also has 30 doubles. Fastball is up high, 1 ball and 1 strike. Last night the Pirates jumped out to a 2-0 lead. And here today it's the Diamondbacks so far jumping out to a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, all the scoring was done in 2s last night. Diamondbacks scored 2 in the 4th. Pirates scored 2 in the 3rd, 2 in the 5th, and 2 in the 8th.
Another good off-speed pitch there by Locke. 1-2 the count. Well, if Locke can get out of this inning right now with just the 2 runs coming across, all he'll have to do is look back to those walks. 27 pitches here already in the inning for Locke. 1-2, fist to first base. Garrett Jones, the flip to lock covering, and that'll do it here in the top of the first. But a couple of runs in on a 2-run two-run double by Nieves. It's 2-0 Diamondbacks. Now for the starting lineup, brought to you by Taco Bell. Sometimes you gotta live Moss. Starling Marte will lead things off. Neil Walker bats second. Andrew McCutchen in the 3-hole. The cleanup hitters Pedro Alvarez. Russell Martin will bat 5th. Garrett Jones 6th. The bottom third of the order, Jose Tabata, Jordy Mercer, and Jeff Locke. And they will face the right-hander Trevor Cahill, making his first start since June 30th. 3-10 on the season, of 4.66 ERA and 96 2/3 innings. 39 walks, 69 strikeouts.
Yeah, he's kind of been searching for his own identity this season. This is a guy that has lived and died with that heavy sinking fastball throughout his career. Also has a slider and an improving straight changeup. He definitely needs his infield defense behind him. This guy is an extreme ground ball pitcher, and you have to wonder about his stamina. First start back off the DL, adrenaline will carry him through the early part of the ball game. We'll see if he hits a wall.
Marte steps in, takes the first pitch low and outside for ball 1. Starling Marte on the season, 282, 10 home runs, 32 RBIs. You said this to me yesterday. He reminds you of a young Andrew McCutchen.
Yeah, a little bit. A lot of speed, very aggressive swing up there at the plate. Can turn doubles into triples, turn singles into doubles. Has had a few foibles out there in left field defensively, but he's still figuring out this big league baseball stuff.
How's that one back? 1 ball and 2 strikes to Marte. His numbers, as far as leadoff batters in Major League Baseball, they've been impressive. And he's not a guy who walks a lot.
Oh, no, not at all. He's a very aggressive swinger. 124 strikeouts, only 25 walks on the season.
Not your prototypical leadoff man.
No, and I don't think he'll stay in that leadoff hole for very long, depending on what the Pirates do in the future and the position changes that they make. I'm sure Clint Hurdle would like to find a more suitable leadoff hitter than the free-swinging Marte, but with the lineup that he has right now, that's where Starling ends up.
The 1-2 from Cahill is down low. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
I mentioned Cahill kind of struggling with his own identity. He's been a guy that's lived and died with that heavy sinking fastball. He experimented with a cutter earlier this season. Mentioned the slightly improving changeup. He's trying to get some secondary pitches so they get hitters off of that heavy sinker. I think his pitching coach Charlie Nagy would just prefer he pound that sinker in there at the bottom of the zone. Take your chances.
The payoff pitch from Cahill. Foul tipped into the mitt of Will Nieves. And a strikeout here of Marte.
Usually sinker ball pitchers don't rack up big strikeout totals, but if you can get a hitter to chase that one down at the bottom of the knees, it's bottoming out of the strike zone, you can get the occasional punch out.
That'll bring up Neil Walker, 259, 7 home runs, 36 RBIs. A local product from right here in Pittsburgh. Gets to play for his hometown team. First pitch on the inside corner for a strike. Walker was drafted as a switch hitting catcher. They moved him over to second base and seems to have found his comfort zone over there.
He'll tell you it's still a work in progress. He's worked a lot this season, going all the way back to spring training with third base coach and infield instructor Nick Leyva. One of the weaknesses in Walker's game defensively was the backhand play, going up the middle of the field, and that's something Nick Leyva has really tried to work with Neil Walker on. He made some nice plays in the ball game last night going up the middle.
Swings and misses at that one. 1 ball and 2 strikes. 2-0 bottom half of the first here at PNC Park in Pittsburgh. Cahill's 1-2. Pulled to first base. Goldschmidt. Toss to Cahill covering, and there are 2 away here in the inning. The defense behind Cahill in the outfield from left to right. Martin Prado, A.J. Pollock, and Gerardo Parra around the horn in the infield. Just saw Paul Goldschmidt at first, Aaron Hill at second, Didi Gregorius at shortstop, Matt Davidson at third, and Will Nieves is behind the plate. And now Andrew McCutchen will step to the plate. I think if you speak to many people around baseball, they will agree that he is certainly in the top 3, if not top 2, of the MVP discussion for this year.
If you talk to people here in Pittsburgh, there is no discussion.
First pitch on the outside corner for a strike. McCutchen, 314, 17 home runs, 69 RBIs. And it's not just what he does offensively, but defensively. A Gold Glove caliber center fielder. Improved arm strength. Fouls it back, 1-2. A 3-time All-Star in 5 Major League seasons.
We were talking to Clint Hurdle before the ball game, and if Andrew McCutchen was a guy that played in one of the major markets, if he played in New York or LA or Chicago, he could very easily be the face of baseball. Very gregarious, big smile on his face all the time.
Hard hit ground ball past Gregorius up the middle. A 2-out single for McCutchen. And not just that, he's got a great nickname, Kutch.
Yeah, well, it's his nickname.
I don't know. I'm older. I think I had it first.
Well, there you go. You can talk to him about that. A very articulate young man, obviously a tremendously gifted player, but as we talked about in the open of the show, people outside the Midwest don't know a lot about Andrew McCutchen.
Now Pedro Alvarez, 235, 29 home runs, 78 RBIs. Tied with Paul Goldschmidt for the National League lead in home runs. He's one of those all-or-nothing type guys. 28 home runs, 146 strikeouts. And he pulls the first one foul. Scorched it.
The Diamondbacks playing a real exaggerated pull shift. Matt Davidson, the third baseman, playing almost up the middle of the field. Didi Gregorius, the shortstop, playing straight away second base. And yeah, that's Aaron Hill out there playing rover in shallow right field.
In the dirt, good stop by Nieves. Pedro Alvarez, Paul Goldschmidt tied for the lead, so you would expect them to be among the leaders in that category. Home runs per at bat, or at bats it takes for him to hit a home run. There goes McCutchen. And Nieves, not even a throw. A huge jump by McCutchen. And Didi Gregorius alertly started running towards third base.
We mentioned one of the keys for the Pirates is to be aggressive on the bases today against the sinker balling Trevor Cahill, and that was a heads-up play, as you mentioned, by Didi Gregorius. When you play these exaggerated shifts, if something happens during the course of a pitch like McCutchen stealing second base, you have to adjust quickly on the fly.
And because of that stolen base, Matt Davidson has to move over towards third base, and now the entire shortstop area is vacated. That's amazing. That's how much confidence Kurt Gibson has in this scouting report with Pedro Alvarez, that you can leave all the shortstop vacant and he doesn't think he'll hit it there.
Well, we're seeing a lot of managers use the defensive spray charts and the tendencies of hitters depending on the pitcher on the mound on a given day. And why defend a position where the guy is not likely to hit the baseball? Let's defend the spots on the field where he's most likely to hit the ball and take our chances.
So are you a fan of defensive shifts when you're managing?
Not so much. Of course, we didn't have a lot of the metrics that they use nowadays. At least we didn't pay much attention to them. But, Joe Madden and Mike Scioscia, Dale Swaim in Chicago, a lot of the managers are really paying attention to those charts and positioning their defense accordingly.
Now 3 balls and 2 strikes. The count here to Alvarez with Russell Martin on deck. Cahill's 3-2. Got him with a changeup. 2 strikeouts in the inning for Trevor Cahill. He puts up a 0 here in the first after his team gets 2 in the top half of the inning. It's a 2-0 ball game. D-backs over Pirates after 1. Sponsored by the 2013 Ford F-150 with EcoBoost. And by Taco Bell, sometimes you gotta live Moss. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Everything Goodyear has learned, making tires that go the distance, inspires what they roll into yours. Goodyear, more driven. Beautiful day here in Pittsburgh. How about that skyline? You could put that skyline up against almost any other city in the country.
They really did a nice job with this ballpark, the way they framed the downtown area, the Roberto Clemente Bridge, the Allegheny River, just an absolutely beautiful setting.
Didi Gregorius, first pitch swinging. Lines one past the diving first baseman Garrett Jones. He'll take a turn, but he'll stop there as Tabata comes up throwing. A leadoff single for Gregorius.
Gregorius hitting out of that 8-hole, a very aggressive swinger, gets a pitch down below the knees and puts it right down that first baseline past a diving Garrett Jones for the leadoff single.
And now with the pitcher Trevor Cahill up, you can expect to see a bunt. And Cahill takes the first pitch for a strike. Charging hard from third was Pedro Alvarez.
Most pitchers are given the option if they feel those corner infielders, especially the third baseman in this situation, are too close to pull the bat back and take a rip at it. There's no sense trying to put down a bunt if it becomes a low percentage play.
Pulls it back, takes it down low, 1 ball and 1 strike.
I mentioned Cahill has spent a better part of a month and a half on the disabled list. He had 2 sacrificed bunts before going on the DL.
I oftentimes hear people say that the fastball is the toughest pitch to bunt. Why wouldn't a breaking ball be the toughest pitch to bunt?
I tend to agree with you. I mean, the conventional wisdom was throw a high 4-seam fastball in a bunting situation, hoping that the guy will pop it into the air. But that nasty slider on the outside corner, you know, you have a tendency to jab at the ball, drop the barrel of the bat, maybe pop that one up as well if you even make contact with it. You see how close Alvarez is. I mean, there's not much future in trying to get a bunt down, even on the first base side of the field.
1-1, bunted foul. Now it's 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Third base coach Matt Williams with a long look into Kirk Gibson to see if they want to keep the bunt on here in a 2-strike count or turn Trevor Cahill loose up there at the plate.
What do you think he does?
I think he's bunting.
Shows bunt. Gets it down, but foul. That'll be a strikeout. One away here in the second.
Kirk Gibson plays it pretty close to the vest, especially in the early part of the ball game. He kind of lets the game take on a pulse of its own, get a feel for the game and what you need to do. He may push some buttons later on, but early in the ball game, he plays it pretty much straight up.
1 away for A.J. Pollock. Kirk Gibson in his 4th season here with the Diamondbacks. Pollock grounded back to lock his first time up. A check on the runner Gregorius over at first base. Gregorius, despite how fast he is, 0 for 2 on the year in stolen bases. Just 2 stolen base attempts.
He has good base running speed, but not really good base stealing speed. There's a big difference.
Good off-speed pitch, fouled back.
Well, the good base stealers have a tendency to get up to full speed after a couple of steps. Very quick acceleration into the stolen base attempt. Didi doesn't have that kind of acceleration yet, but after he gets about 5 or 6 steps around the bag, he can really get going. Turns the corners well, can score from first on an extra base hit, but as of this point of his career has had some trouble picking his spots to steal bases.
0-1 misses inside. 1 ball and 1 strike.
You probably don't want to run much on Russell Martin anyway. He is having a tremendous year behind the plate. Has thrown out 43% of the attempted base stealers. That was one of the things Clint Hurdle said one of the biggest changes for the Pirates on the field was Russell Martin behind the plate and his ability to slow down, if not stop, the opposing running game.
Again, a throw over to first base. It's funny, speaking with Jeff Locke yesterday about Russell Martin, and he said, you know, I asked him, here you are, a young kid, you've got Martin, a veteran catcher. Were you scared to shake him off? He said, you know what it is? It's funny. Sometimes you are scared, but Martin says, I want you to throw the pitch that you want to throw. But he says to himself, he's like, wait, who am I to shake off Russell Martin? He knows more about this game than I do.
Well, ultimately, the numbers are going to go on the back of Jeff Locke's baseball card. And if Russell Martin is 100% sure that he's calling the right pitch, that's when you see catchers call timeout, go to the mound. What are you thinking about? Here's what I think we should try to do right here. And you come to some form of a compromise and come up with a game plan against that hitter.
The 2-1 from Locke. High and outside, 3-1. Was there ever a time when you're catching and you put down a sign, pitcher shakes you off, put down the other one, he says, yeah, and you're thinking, oh, this is not the right pitch?
Oh, that happens all the time. Yeah. Especially when I was a young catcher at the major league level with very little experience behind the plate, catching a very veteran pitching staff, and I deferred to them more often than they deferred to me.
The 3-1 from Locke. Change up, swing and a miss, 3-2. That's what you don't see very often. On a 3-1 pitch, Pollock is hitting fastball. He gets a changeup.
As I said earlier, especially for a guy that has a reputation of throwing his fastball when he's behind in the count. 2-0, 3-1, full count situations. He likes to throw that heater.
Do you go back with a changeup here?
We'll find out.
Pulled to third base, but a foul ball off the foot of A.J. Pollock.
I think that's one of the situations, what we've just been talking about, where Russell Martin would almost have to force him to throw something other than a fastball on a 3-2 count. Pollock gets that one up off the left ankle. And speed is a big part of A.J. Pollock's game. Hitters like to see those fast guys get hit down there around the feet.
Seventh pitch of the at-bat coming up. 3 balls and 2 strikes to A.J. Pollock. Gregorius on at first base after a leadoff single. Gregorius takes off. The pitch is fouled off. By the way, congratulations to Didi Gregorius. He was knighted in Curacao.
Really?
So he is now Sir Didi Gregorius.
Sir Didi.
He told me to tell you that whenever you talk to him, to refer to him as Sir Didi.
I do that anyway, but now I have a reason.
Look over at first again. 40 pitches already here in the game for Jeff Locke. If you think about Locke before the All-Star break, what he's done since, 3 straight no decisions. 3-2 is up and in, ball 4. So first and second again here now in the second inning here for the Diamondbacks. Fox Sports 1, America's new sports network, is finally here. Let's hear the epic night of premieres, beginning with UFC Fight Night as Shogun Rua takes on Chael Sonnen, followed by the news and highlight show fans have been waiting for, Fox Sports Live. It all begins tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern, only on Fox Sports 1. It was pretty cool today, tuning in this morning to Fox Sports 1. Went on the air at 6 a.m. Eastern time, and to just see it actually now be a real channel after all the talk, and see that Fox 1 logo, it was neat. Kind of got goosebumps. First pitch fastball high and outside to Prado. Prado walked and scored his first time up. Control certainly an issue here for Locke. And now that'll bring out the pitching coach. Ray Search about to speak with Locke and Martin. Speaking of Fox Sports 1, it's now available on all major TV providers. Go to foxsports1.com to find out what channel Fox Sports 1 is on in your area.
Already in this game, 3-3 ball counts for Jeff Locke. All ended up in base on balls, and one of them, Martin Prado, back in the first inning, came around to score. Well, that meeting by Ray Search, I don't think it's anything mechanical out there, but when you throw that many pitches and you're grinding so hard every at bat against the opposition, sometimes you just need a little bit of a breather, something to break the rhythm of the inning, try to get back into that strike zone.
1 ball, no strikes to Prado. Gregorius at second, Pollock on at first base. Fastball missing outside. 2 balls and no strikes in Locke. In his last 4 games has Gone 5 2/3 innings, 99 pitches. 5 2/3, 102 pitches. 4 innings, 89 pitches. 6 2/3, 108 pitches. So the pitch total, it's adding up quickly for him. Fastball on the outside corner. 2-1. Gregorius, first pitch single in the inning. The walk to Pollock after a lengthy at bat. Misses up high. Now 3 balls and a strike.
Well, even if Kirk Gibson was tempted to start the runners, Locke hasn't really thrown enough strikes where you can use your hitter to protect those runners.
The 3-1. Fastball is in there, 3-2. So we saw him before throw a 3-1 changeup. He comes here with a 3-1 fastball. Now 3-2.
I think he goes back to that two-seamer, that sinking fastball that we talked about in the first inning. Try to get that ground ball.
The payoff pitch. Line to center field. Coming in as McCutchen leaps up to make the catch. That ball was just carrying on him.
Hitters like to talk about backspinning a ball, getting down and through it and getting a lot of carry. That's what happened on this Martin Prado drive into center. McCutchen almost came in too far. Had to use another one of his tools that you don't normally need on a baseball field, his ability to jump.
The 6th tool?
Yeah, I guess so.
2 away now for Paul Goldschmidt. Singled his first time up, scored a run. Fastball is outside for ball 1. Locke trying to work out of trouble here in the 2 runs in the first. A 2-out, 2-run double by Will Nieves. Off-speed pitch on the inside corner, 1-1. Steps off, says go through it again. I know it's just the 2nd inning, but this is a critical at bat in this ballgame. Fastball misses inside, and it's 2 balls and a strike.
It's a dangerous area to pitch Paul Goldschmidt for a big guy, big power hitter. He has one of the quickest swings on pitches from the middle of the plate in. Very little wasted movement. Just drives his hands through that hitting zone. Big, strong kid. Doesn't use much of a stride.
2-1 changeup. Good pitch by Locke. That's been his best pitch so far in this game. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 men on, 2-0. Arizona leading here in the 2nd. The 2-2. Missing inside. Now 3 balls and 2 strikes, and the runners will be off with the pitch. Fourth full count of the game already for Jeff Locke. Look back to second. Walker went over to cover, trying to keep Gregorius close. In case of a single to the outfield, want to have at least a shot at the play at the plate. There go the runners. The 3-2 is fouled back. We'll do it again.
A little surprised the Pirates are playing around with that inside part of the plate as much as they have been here against Paul Goldschmidt. He does have tremendous opposite field power and has hit some home runs to the opposite field recently. Maybe they feel they're better off trying to jam him in on the hands.
Another 3-2 pitch to right field. Tabata coming in, slides and makes the catch. A big play to end the inning, and Locke gets out of a jam without any runs coming across. We're through an inning and a half. It's 2-0 Arizona. The official beer of Major League Baseball. Great times are waiting. Grab some Buds. Game 2 of this 3-game series here in Pittsburgh between the Pirates and the D-backs. A 3-game homestand for the Pirates. All 3 games expected to be sellouts. Russell Martin takes the first pitch in the dirt. Trevor Cahill, 1 ball, no strikes. Martin on the season, 252, 11 home runs, 44 RBIs. 1-0, foul pipped, 1 ball and 1 strike. And Bob, I think a lot of eyebrows were raised this offseason when Martin signed his 2-year deal with Pittsburgh, left the New York Yankees. People in New York were upset that they didn't offer him a deal and sign him, and people were surprised he came here to Pittsburgh. Well, it looks like he made the right decision.
The Pirates made the right decision as well. Clint Hurdle was talking about that this morning. Not only Russell Martin, but some of their other free agent signings over the winter. They did their due diligence. They did a lot of homework. They talked to former coaches, former managers, former teammates, as Martin will ground that one to second base, no problem. And they identified the guys they thought would be a good fit, and Russell Martin was right at the top of that list.
Russell Martin was there. Francisco Liriano. What Liriano has done for this team. It's like you're flashing back to a couple years ago with Minnesota when he was just dominant. 1 away now for Garrett Jones. 250, 11 home runs, and 42 RBIs. Cahill's fastball misses outside. 1 ball and no strikes. The dirt, 2-0. And while Arizona did not score in that second inning, their half of the second, it is important for Cahill to have a quick inning here. to get Locke back out there because he's thrown a lot of pitches in those first 2 innings.
Get Locke back on the mound and get the Pirates back out there on defense.
Ground ball, second base, charging is Hill, has some time. They're 2 away.
I mean, it affects more than just the pitcher and the catcher. It affects the entire defense. When you're standing out there watching ball 1, ball 2, ball 3 to every hitter, eventually you lose a little interest out there defensively.
2 away now for Jose Zabata, who last night, this was a difference maker. It was late in the game. He goes opposite field, and all of a sudden that gave the Pirates some breathing room, and especially with the way that Arizona's been playing lately against the Orioles, 3 straight walk-off wins. That was big for Pittsburgh.
They took it from a 4-2 game to a 6-2 game, and as you said, the Diamondbacks, they never feel like they're out of a game. If they're within striking distance, they're going to give you a run at the end of the game.
You know what's amazing? Look at those RBI totals for Tabata, right? 16. Alfonso Soriano has, what, 18 RBIs in his last 4 games. We mentioned Liriano having flashbacks to years past. Alfonso Soriano looks like he's back in 2001 for the Yankees.
18 RBIs, the most over a 4-game stretch since they started keeping track of the RBI as a stat.
Didn't Chris Davis do that to begin this year as well? Like 4 home runs or 18 RBIs in the first 4 games?
Look, for some of us, that was a good month. Just crazy numbers. 13 for 18 with 5 bombs and 18 driven in.
Foul tip. 3 balls and 2 strikes here to Tabata. Those are Little League World Series numbers.
Those are video game numbers. You know, when you play at the beginner level, but you really should be playing at the expert level.
Cahill's 3-2. Line drive, right center field. That drops in for a base hit. Pollock comes over to cut it off. Tabata going for second, and he's going to be thrown out. A.J. Pollock with a strike to second base, and that was not even close. No runs on 1 hit, nobody left on base. We're through 2. It's 2-0 D-backs. We'll return to Pittsburgh after a word from our local Fox station. By Budweiser. Back here in beautiful downtown Pittsburgh. Top of the 3rd. Arizona leads the Pirates by the score of 2-0. First pitch from Jeff Locke up the middle, Aaron Hill, and there is Neil Walker playing on the shortstop side of second base to make the play. That is 4-3 if you're scoring at home, 1 away. We're joined now by the Pirates hitting coach, Jay Bell. And Jay, thanks so much for joining us. First things first, what's it like to see your former teammate down in the third base coaching box for Arizona?
Well, it gives me a great deal of pleasure is what it does. You know, I sit there, I got teammates all over this place, but you know, it's fun to see Matty. I tell you what, there's not anybody that I appreciate more than him. And of course, you know, BB, we were just talking just a second ago before we came on air. You know, going back to that World Series year, you know, there was nothing that gave me greater pleasure than to be able to jump into his arms at home plate.
Me too.
Well, no.
You're right. Both you guys were very special players. And Jay, you spent 8 years here in Pittsburgh as a player. And boy, what's gone on here over the last couple of months has really been amazing.
It really has, BB. I tell you what, we've got a good group of guys. They play their tails off. They're a group of kids that the Pittsburgh fans have really embraced, and they are extremely proud of them. They are a blue collar style of team. They play and work extremely hard, and it's exciting to see that they're having some success. It's you know, it excites me to be able to come back here to Pittsburgh and to finally see a crowd like we're having here today.
Another sellout here at PNC Park, 2 away here in the inning. Again, we are speaking with Jay Bell, the hitting coach for the Pittsburgh Pirates, and I think Jeff Locke may want you to come on the air more often with us because he's had 2 quick outs here. Yeah,
I tell you, and that's another kid that's been phenomenal. He is really done a masterful job this year. He's you know, coming out of spring training, he was kind of on the bubble, and you know, whether he was going to make the team or not, and you know, fortunately for us, he did. He's really become a student of the game and taken a lot of time with AJ and just done a fantastic job at just gaining more and more knowledge, and he's done a great job for us.
Nieves the base hit to right field. Looking at your team offensively, obviously everyone talks about Andrew McCutchen, and for people who haven't had a chance to see McCutchen on a day-to-day basis, what makes him so good?
Well, you know, one of the things I think that the reason that he is so good is he's got lightning fast hands, and he's able to do what many of us were not able to do, is let the ball travel even more than normal. You know, he's got the ability to let it travel. Doesn't matter who's throwing, whether it's a guy throwing 98, 99, or a guy that's throwing you know, 86, 87. He's got an idea of what he wants to accomplish. He lets it travel. He sees the ball a long time in flight. Plus, he can run like the wind too. So, you know, he's going to get base hits in the infield. But he's got great ability to drive the ball to the gaps. He's not a home run hitter. He just has home run pop at times. He's just a gap guy, and really has been. You know, I call him a clutch, and a lot of guys do, but he has been a clutch player for us.
The 0-1, Parra the opposite way. Back-to-back 2-out singles here by the Diamondbacks by Nieves and Parra. First and second 2 outs to bring up Gregorius.
You know, Jay, we were talking to your skipper Clint Hurdle earlier today, and one of the things he said has led to the success of this Pirates team recently is your ability to let things go, whether it's a great win one day or a tough loss one day, to come back the next day and start over at 0.
Yeah, and I tell you what, BB, he's done a great job. He's a lot like you, good motivator, and you know, whenever he's the staff that he's kind of assembled, we've put together here in Pittsburgh, you know, we've taken his message and we've just kind of pushed it forward, and I've really enjoyed working for him. He's a guy that you know, says the right things. He's got an idea. You know, the guys really respond to you know, to his messages, and you know, that's one of the things that he talks about. He says, you know, he says good or bad, you know, if we play well one day, great, it's over with. Let's go out there and compete the next day. And if we play poorly one day, all right, great, let's go out there and compete today. And so it's that concept of, you know, we can't do anything about you know, good or bad. You can't do anything about the day before, the at bat before, the pitch before, whatever it is. And you know, we've you know, the guys have bought into that concept, and they've really responded well.
2 balls and 1 strike. The count to Gregorius, who singled his first time up. 2 outs here. Top of the 3rd inning. Diamondbacks leading by the score of 2-0 over the Pirates. We are speaking with the Pirates hitting coach Jay Bell, who played for Bob Brenly and won a World Series championship back in 2001. And I say that, and both you guys start smiling. Unbelievable.
Well, you know, shoot, what can you say? You know, I tell you what, it was a great year. We had the best time with you know, the group of guys that we had assembled, and the players and in the coaching staff. We got along fantastic, and you know, there's a lot of stories that go into that year. I mean, we just, I mean, maybe what you won't tell them.
Children watching.
Oh man, I tell you what, it was just. I'm telling you, we had a great time.
2 balls and 2 strikes here to Gregorius. Breaking ball to right field. Tabata has to play it on the bounce. Rounding third base is Nieves. He will come in to score, and it's a RBI. We have to wait and see if it's a single or a double for Gregorius, but an RBI nonetheless. It will be a double for Gregorius. So it's 3-0 Arizona now over Pittsburgh. Here in the 3rd, and Jeff Locke had gotten 2 quick outs, and now 3 consecutive hits against him.
Yeah, I appreciate you saying something about that, Justin. That kind of jinxed him, I think.
Yeah, I think it did. Well, you know, he was trying to help you out there.
Well, I tell you what, like I said, he's been a great young pitcher for us, and he's figuring out how to play you know, end of the year baseball when it really counts, and you know, I'll take him on the mound. He's you know, he's got a better fastball than you realize he does, and got really good movement, and pitches to both sides of the plate and mixes it up pretty well. So. Again, I know that y'all have mentioned Russell today. Russell's meant a huge deal to the success we've had too this year. And talk about a great addition to a team. You know, he's just kind of taking the leadership role, and you know, those 8 guys out there are looking at him. And I tell you what, he brings a lot of energy to the game every single day.
1 ball, 2 strikes here to Cahill. Jay Bell, we appreciate you taking the time, and it was fun to see both you and your former skipper smiling when we're talking about that 0-1 team.
Well, I appreciate it. I tell you what, it's fun for me too to see Matty Davidson up here, and Yuri, and even you know, Didi out there. You know, we got to see him last year in AA a lot, and you know, we had some really interesting times and fun times last year as well. And, but good luck to you guys. I'm pulling for you from afar.
Thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Good luck.
Thank y'all.
On that foul ball by Cahill, a fan behind the Arizona dugout was hit pretty hard. And that's the reason right now for the delay, as the players are looking, and now will resume play. We hope that fan is all right. He's being tended to. This ballpark is so intimate that those fans are so close to the field of play. Another 1-2 pitch from Locke. Missing down low, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. 3 runs scored against Jeff Locke so far in this ball game. All 3 runs have come with 2 outs. 2-2 is lifted foul out of play.
Well, you heard Jay Bell talking about Didi Gregorius and Matt Davidson and some of the other young Diamondbacks players. He's got a very intimate knowledge of those guys because he served as the hitting coach for the Diamondbacks AA affiliate. Turner Ward, the assistant hitting coach under Don Baylor for the Diamondbacks, was the manager down there in Mobile. And they won the championship, and Jay Bell was his hitting coach. So that's why he has such a knowledge of some of these D-backs hitters.
Cahill back up the middle, and that will score 2. Trevor Cahill comes through with a 2-run single, and it's now 5-0 Arizona. Wow. All of this done with 2 outs after 2 quick outs on just 4 pitches.
Held high fastball over the middle of the plate. Even pitchers are going to make solid contact with that particular pitch, and Trevor Cahill bounces it back up the middle of the field to drive home a couple of more. Well, you know, you get down to the bottom of a team's batting order, the 7, 8, 9, sometimes the 6, 7, 8, 9 hitters, and you figure that's kind of a breather in it. I can cruise through that inning, then we'll roll around to the top, but that has not been the case today.
Another visit by Ray Searage. Let's see if we get some action up in the bullpen for Pittsburgh. So we were speaking with Jay Bell. We've got Bob Brenly right up here next to me. That common bond, the 2001 World Series. We're talking about it. And now we'll take a look.
Yeah, Luis Gonzalez's line drive into center field. I insist that was a line drive. And there's Jay Bell and Matt Williams.
Look at that vertical leap by Bob Brenly.
Yeah, my hamstrings just now healed up. Boy,
so you're saying you didn't have that sixth tool like Andrew McCutcheon?
Oh, no, not at all.
At the top of the order. And A.J. Pollock takes that slider inside for ball one. That fan with the Raleigh Fingers mustache, he was the one who got hit on that foul ball by Cahill, and he is okay, which is great to see. And not just that, but I like his mustache.
Very cool mustache.
Change up, 1 ball and 1 strike. Pollock 0 for 1, walked his last time. Rounded out to Locke his first time up. Cahill on at first base after the 2-run single. 5-0 Arizona here in the third. In the dirt, back-to-back changeups by Locke. 2-1. Locke just hasn't had the command from the get-go.
He's thrown a couple of good changeups, which were very effective for him at times, but he's even lost the feel for that pitch. 77 pitches already here. We're at the top of the third inning.
He had 2 outs on 4 pitches. Fisted to left field. That drops it in front of Marte. 5 consecutive hits here for Arizona. Clint Hurdle going to the bullpen phone.
Well, they just now are getting some activity in that Pirates bullpen. Hurdle trying to give his left-hander every opportunity to find it and get out of this inning. The Diamondbacks are not helping him here. They're banging the ball all over the field.
Jared Hughes gets up and starts throwing out there in the bullpen for Pittsburgh. Martin Prado, runners on first and second. Prado takes the first pitch, fastball for a strike. Walked and scored in the first, lined out to center in the second. Think about this. We're in the third inning. Pollock and Prado have now been to the plate 3 times. Pulled down the left field line towards the wall. Gone. A 3-run home run for Martin Prado, and it's now 8-0 Arizona. The 11th home run of the year for Prado.
Martin Prado is a guy that will go to the plate at times and just stand there like a statue until he gets a strike on him. But then after that, he picks a pitch. He's probably looking for that breaking ball. He got it and able to keep it fair down that left field line. Shortest part of the park, 325 right down the left field line, 320 right down the right field line. Prado just went down and golfed that breaking ball over the fence and left.
The 9th batter of the inning, Paul Goldschmidt. He's ahead in the count, 1 ball and no strikes. And now 2-0. And Locke is just trying to get out of this inning because he's due up second in that third inning. Outside, ball 3. If you had to guess coming into this game which team would have an 8-0 lead in the third inning when you have a guy in Trevor Cahill who's been struggling coming off the disabled list and the all-star Jeff Locke on the hill for Pittsburgh, I think most people would have guessed it would be Pittsburgh.
That's why we show up. You never know what you're going to see on a given day.
Ground ball up the middle, another base hit. This is unbelievable. Seven consecutive hits, and that will be it for Jeff Locke in this ballgame. Clint Hurdle makes the call to the bullpen. Arizona leads 8-0, 2 outs in the third over Pittsburgh. So far, 2 2/3, 10 hits, 8 runs, all earned, 3 walks, and 2 strikeouts. The new pitcher is Jared Hughes, and he will face Aaron Hill. And the first pitch almost hits Hill. 1 ball, no strikes. 19 games, 2 3 on the season, a 4.22 ERA, 12 walks, 17 strikeouts, and 21 in the third innings. Fastball in there, first strike. 1-1. The exaggerated shift on here for Aaron Hill, who is 0 for 1. Walked in the first, grounded out to second his last time up. Pulled by the dugout of the Pirates. Good thing there's that fence there. You know, it's amazing. Those fences 10 years ago, they weren't in every ballpark. And now you can't imagine a ballpark without one.
Ball gets over there so quickly.
1-2, slider gets him chasing, and that will end this third inning. But not before 6 runs come across for Arizona. What does a home run look like from the sky? That's what it looks like. 8-zip, Arizona. Jordy Mercer leading off here in the bottom half of the third for Pittsburgh. Takes the first pitch for a strike. Mercer, 271, 5 home runs, 19 RBIs. Trevor Cahill making his first start since June 30th. Came up with a big 2-run single in the last half inning. Outside, 2 balls and 1 strike. It's pretty amazing. This is Jordy Mercer's first at-bat. The top 4 hitters for Arizona have 3 at-bats apiece. 2-1 is bounce foul. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
8 earned runs in 2 1/3 innings today against Jeff Locke. He came into play today, 3rd in the National League in ERA. That's going to take a hit.
2-2, bounce to third. That is a foul ball. Matt Davidson unable to field it cleanly. Didn't matter though.
I mentioned Matt Davidson, the MVP of the Futures game back at Citi Field in the middle of July. Home Run Derby winner in the Coast League All-Star game. The bat is there. There's no question that they feel this guy's going to hit at the major league level. He needs some work on his defense, and what better place than with Matt Williams, one of the best defensive third basemen in the game during his playing days.
There's some defense by Trevor Cahill for the first out. Well, it's time for our Pepsi game break. Let's go back to Matt Vasgersian.
Justin, keeping our eyes on the Cardinals for you. St. Louis is surprisingly poor, 12-19 against left-handed starters this year. Don't blame the switch-hitting Carlos Beltran. He doubles in the game's first score. It's 1-0 St. Louis in the bottom of the 4th. Back to you and Bob.
All right, thanks so much. You know, those fans here in Pittsburgh watching that scoreboard, keeping an eye on what's going on with the Cardinals. As this will be just second at bat for Jared Hughes. He's 0 for 1 in his career. 1 ball and 1 strike. One and 2. The Pirates lead the season series against St. Louis 8-5. There was that big series when they took 4 or 5. Cahill choked that one, 2-2. And then you think about this past week, the Cardinals winning 2 of 3. Very easily, it could have been the other way around with the Pirates winning 2 of 3.
And 6 games remaining between those two, and you get the feeling all 6 of them are going to have a playoff feel with these 2 organizations.
2-2, foul tipped into the mitt, and there is strikeout number 3 for Cahill. The sports show you've been waiting for is here. Introducing Crowd Goes Wild with Regis Philbin and a cast of former athletes and journalists that will talk about things you won't hear on other shows. Sports talk just got a lot more colorful. Crowd Goes Wild premieres Monday on Fox Sports 1. Got a chance to meet Regis a couple weeks ago. It was so cool.
He's a huge baseball fan. We know that. And I can't remember what college football team it is he likes. And it just,
What is that team?
It evades me right now.
Marte drives one to deep left. And the Pirates are on the board. The 11th home run of the season for Starling Marte. It's now an 8-1 ball game.
The 11th home run surrendered this year by Trevor Cahill. Most of those have come on pitches just like this. Slurvy breaking balls that don't really do much, hang out there over the middle of the plate. When he relies on that heavy sinking fastball, it's hard to elevate that pitch. But the breaking ball hammered into the bleachers in left field.
Now Neil Walker steps in. And these Pirates fans finally had something to cheer about.
That's another reason I feel Marte eventually will work his way down into more of a run-producing slot in this Pirates lineup. We've got some surprising power.
Think about all the extra base hits Marte has this year. Now 11 home runs, 25 doubles, 10 triples, and he also has 35 stolen bases. Neil Walker rips this to right field. That one hops the wall, and Walker will hold up at first. The throw comes in behind him, and he realized who's out there. Eduardo Parra has a cannon in the outfield.
Parra will occasionally bait runners into trying to take that extra base. He'll hold the ball an extra tick, or he'll take an extra step to get to the ball, hoping that that runner will try to take the extra base. Walker this time reaches out, pulls a single on the outside corner at the base of the wall out there in right field. Parra came up looking at second base, saw the big turn and stop around first, and then tried to throw behind him at first base. Loves to showcase that arm.
2 outs now for Andrew McCutchen. Singled his first time up. McCutchen could not hold up on that off-speed pitch. 0-1. We heard Jay Bell before talk about his hands, how quick his hands are. McCutchen line drive to center field. That drops in. Neil Walker turns, goes to third. The throw comes back in the second. And that's 3 straight hard-hit balls by these Pittsburgh Pirates. The home run by Marte. A single, that one hopped the right field wall by Walker, and now the single by McCutchen. It's first and third, 2 outs.
Charlie Nagy, the Diamondbacks pitching coach, on his way out to the mound just to break up the rhythm here. Not a bad pitch by Cahill, sinker down. Just a nice piece of hitting right there by Andrew McCutchen. He loves that ball down in the zone. He carries his hands very low in his stance. Deadly low ball hitter.
You know, before when Goldschmidt was up, I said this was a big at-bat. Right now you've got Alvarez up. It's an 8-1 ball game. And Alvarez, again, one of those all-or-nothing type guys. He's got 29 home runs on the year. A home run here, it's a very different feel.
Well, especially playing here at PNC. The Pirates love their home ballpark.
Alvarez struck out his first time up. Alvarez to right field. It's an 8-4 ball game. His league-leading 30th home run of the year.
You mentioned that the Pirates fans finally had something to cheer about after the Marte home run. They haven't stopped cheering since. Very nearly left the ballpark. Back row of the bleachers out there in right field.
Martin takes the pitch down low, 1-1. Think about what we've had here in just this third inning alone. 6 runs scored by the Diamondbacks with 2 outs. The Pirates have now scored 4 runs with 2 outs. 10 2-out runs in this inning. It's 2 balls and 1 strike. I know you were impressed by that quick math I just did.
You're very good. I wonder why you're taking your shoes off. You know, there's a couple of different schools of thought for pitchers with a big lead in the game. Some pitching coaches will say just throw strikes, just attack the strike zone. We'll take our chances with the defense behind you. And other pitching coaches, they stick with the game plan. We had a game plan against these hitters going in. Stick with the plan. Use all your pitches. Move the ball around.
Martin to third base, fair ball. A high throw. Goldschmidt handles it, and that'll do it. But not before 2 home runs in the inning and 4 runs for the Pirates. We're through 3. It's 8-4. It's just going to be the 4th inning. Sports Network and by the all-new 2014 Chevy Silverado. Back here in Pittsburgh, just the 4th inning, and it's already an 8-4 ball game. A couple of home runs in the bottom half of the inning by Starling Marte, the big blow, a 3-run shot by Pedro Alvarez. You could feel some excitement, some electricity back in this ballpark. As Jared Hughes took over for Jeff Locke with 2 outs in that 3rd inning. He'll face Matt Davidson, Will Nieves, and Gerardo Parra. The Diamondbacks, 7 consecutive hits, tied a club record in that 3rd inning. 6 runs. And they did all of that, all 2 outs.
Combined in this ball game, 16 hits, 14 of those have come with 2 outs in the inning.
That's amazing. One ball and 1 strike. Good sink on that pitch by Jared Hughes. Matt Davidson 0 for 2, a strikeout looking and a ground out to 3rd. He is the only player in the lineup for Arizona not to reach base yet. Notice the operative word there being yet.
Yet. Well, sometimes you get ball games like this, and it just seems like every hitter standing in that box knows what's coming. They're just banging the ball all over the ballpark.
Cold foul, 2-2.
And other times you could tell hitters what's coming, and they still couldn't hit it. What a crazy game.
They must have known you've got dinner reservations for like 7:15. That fan got the ball. Last row of the bleachers out there in right field off the home run. Two balls, 2 strikes here to Davidson, leading off the 4th for Arizona. Slider got him swinging 1 away. That's 2 strikeouts for Jared Hughes already. Let's go around the stadium and take a look at the Fox Sports 1 fan cam, where we see fans who are excited about America's new sports network. It launched this morning. fans, they were tuning in, now coming out to the ballpark. That one fan on the phone, who's finding out what channel can I find it on? Yep. Up and into Nieves. 1 ball, no strikes. Strike. So that fan on his smartphone, because he's a smart guy, was logging on to foxsports1.com and checking out where he could find what channel it is in his area. And you can actually do the same thing. Even if you don't have a smartphone, you may have a laptop. You can do that.
What about those of us who have dumb phones?
Well, you're dumb for having a dumb phone. It's a smartphone. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Obviously, Clint Hurdle looking to get some length out of Jared Hughes here today with the short outing by Jeff Locke. You'd like one of your relievers to eat up multiple innings.
Baltimore chop. Hughes back of the mound. Nice play. 2 away.
Play not as easy as it looks, because Jared Hughes, a 6'7", 245 pounds, has to back off that severe slope on the back of that mound, watching the ball the entire time, waiting to hear one of his infielders call him off, but nobody did, so he went ahead and made the play, kept his feet underneath him, made a strong throw to first for the out.
2 away, and Gerardo Parra, who singled and scored his last time up, will step to the plate.
That mound's a lot steeper going off the backside than it is on the slope coming toward home plate.
So why is it? Because every fan asks the question. If there's a pop-up in the infield to the pitcher clears out in front of him. Why?
Well, it just depends. If one of the infielders has a chance to get there, you would much prefer them to handle, because they do it on a daily basis.
They're shagging fly balls every day in batting practice.
Yeah, and I watch them some days, and it's not pretty. But yeah, it really depends on the pitcher. Some guys are very athletic. They roam the outfield during BP. They're perfectly capable of fielding not only pop-ups, but ground ball comebackers to the mound. Other guys, you just want them to get out of the way. Don't touch the ball.
Well, he can touch that one. Low throw, and it's wide of Garrett Jones. Parra heading for second, thinking about third, and he's going to hold up at second.
There you go.
Garrett Jones wasn't yet set at the first base bag, and Jared Hughes didn't take his time. He had plenty of time.
Looked as routine as it possibly could be. Parra with a one-hopper right back to the mound. He actually threw that ball back to where Garrett Jones was coming from. Had to try to reverse directions, dove back to his right, but just couldn't knock that one down.
Pittsburgh was that close to being out of the inning in a 1-2-3 inning. Now Didi Gregorius will be intentionally walked so they can face the pitcher, Trevor Cahill. Gregorius 2 for 2 in this one, an RBI double, a single, and a run scored. Trevor Cahill, his last time up, came through the 2-run single.
Granted, he's taking an intentional walk here, but he took off his elbow pad. He's kind of holding it around the handle of his bat as he takes ball 4 and will head on down to first base. I get it, but let's keep the Pirates, Russell Martin, from dropping down into a crouch and trying to throw a strike. No way you'd be able to hit it holding your elbow pad on the handle of the bat.
Two outs now, as Arizona has had a runner in scoring position in every inning so far in this game. earlier in the game it was the walks that were hurting Jeff Locke and Pittsburgh. Now it could be an error by Jared Hughes that hurts this Pittsburgh Pirates team. A huge lead. Parra tries to take third, and he gets tagged out by Alvarez. Making the last out of the inning at third base, so Pittsburgh takes advantage of a mistake by Parra. A good job by Hughes, a long wait, noticed, and they pick him up. Oh, yes, we did. Arizona, 7 straight hits in the top of the third. That tied a franchise record. Pittsburgh, 6 for 8 with 4 runs with 2 outs. Alvarez now with his league-leading 30th home run. That was a 3-run shot in the 3rd inning. And here we are in the bottom of the 4th, an 8-4 ball game. Trevor Cahill on the mound. He'll face Garrett Jones, Jose Tabata, and Jordy Mercer. We're joined by last night's starting pitcher for the Arizona Diamondbacks, Brendan McCarthy, as Garrett Jones steps in, who grounded out to second his first time up. And Brandon, thanks for joining us. I've been told that you and Trevor Cahill are very close friends. So I need to know, is his obsession with Star Wars healthy?
It is now. A few years ago, he's 25 now, so now he's old. But a few years ago, it was probably in a bad place. But now he's maturing. So I think most of it's gone to a memorabilia room in his house, and I don't think he plays with the toys anymore.
Garrett Jones can't hold up on that off-speed pitch. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Well, not only are you friends with Trevor Cahill, but you've watched him pitch quite often, and with him coming back off the disabled list, what have you seen so far here in the game today?
I like a lot of what I've seen. It's I think last inning was just a couple mis-executed pitches, and he's working on some different things coming back. And until you're comfortable with them, it's hard to implement them in a game, especially against a lineup like this. So there's still a lot of positives, and I'd like to see how he kind of keeps going with this game and see if he just kind of keeps with what he's been doing.
2 balls, 2 strikes, the count to Garrett Jones. The shift is on in the infield. Cahill's 2-2, pulled to first base. There's Goldschmidt. He'll take it himself to the bag. 1 away.
Yeah, Brandon, with Trevor just recently coming off the disabled list to make this start today, and it wasn't so long ago you were also on the disabled list. Your first start back was at Fenway Park against the Red Sox, and in that ball game, it looked like you started really good. You worked into the middle part of the ball game, and I think you even said it. You kind of fell off the cliff. Is it a fact you just had so much adrenaline to be back on the mound again, and when the adrenaline was gone, you kind of fell off that cliff?
Yeah, it's part of it. A lot of it is just going through a shoulder thing. Is you start from square one, so you're starting at a throwing program and building back up, and then within 2 starts in the minor leagues, you're only at about 80-85 pitches. So and those aren't in a major league situation. So once you hit that 4th, 5th inning, you kind of hit, or at least I find that I hit a wall there. And against a lineup like that, which that's a tough lineup to face for your first time back. They spoil so many good pitches that you want outs on, and they just kind of keep dragging you along, and eventually, if physically you're not ready to do it, they're going to kind of take over.
2 balls, no strikes. The count here to Tabata, who singled his first time up, was thrown out at second, trying to stretch it into a double. And now it's 3 balls and no strikes to him. Brandon, we just saw the last half inning. Jared Hughes make a nice play going off the back of the mound to field a ground ball. Then I asked the question of Bob Brentley here, why is it that whenever there's a pop-up in the infield and it's near the pitcher clears out of the way? Why is it?
It's what they teach you in spring training, and I have no idea why. We can Trevor's allowed to swing with a runner on second and third and 2 outs and come through, but God forbid a fly ball comes near his area, get out of the way. So we're athletes when we need to be, and apparently the rest of the time it's let everybody else do it.
Nice play right there by Gregorius, switching directions. That's 1-6-3, 2 away. And I have to ask you about this. I know the draft for fantasy football is coming up next week. Are you involved in a draft as well?
Yeah, that's a must-do for me every year now. Once I got into it a couple years ago, now I'm hooked and trying to put together a draft and I don't know. It's one of my favorite times of the year, at least as the year kind of goes on. You want things that kind of keep the team together and get guys going. So it's a new thing to talk about, and it's a way to kind of lessen the focus, especially if you're in a playoff race.
In all honesty, how much trash do you talk during the fantasy football season?
I don't know if it's a lot. I try to not talk. I try to talk about it a lot, at least have a lot of discussion about it. But I don't know that I try and talk trash because I'm not necessarily good at it. But I do try and talk about it a lot.
That's awesome. 1 ball, 1 strike. The count here to Jordy Mercer. 2 outs in the 4th inning. Again, we are speaking with Brendan McCarthy, last night's starting pitcher for the Arizona Diamondbacks. 2 balls and 1 strike. Now, I know that Trevor has the 3rd pick in the draft. Where are you drafted?
I'm right in front of him. I'm at second.
So are you thinking quarterback or running back?
It's got to be a running back at this point. Still, you can't pass on those guys.
2 balls and 2 strikes to count here.
Okay, you football geeks. I'm going to get back on baseball here for a minute, Brandon. Your next start is going to be at Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati, and obviously that's very much a hitter-friendly ballpark. Do you change your approach against the lineup based on the ballpark that you're pitching in?
No, I might have a few years ago, and now I try and do it less. I just try and stick completely to my approach against an individual hitter, and usually a well-struck ball is going to be a home run no matter where you're at. So I don't focus on trying to pitch away from that. I just try and execute as many pitches as I can, and if the ballpark ends up playing a factor, then I'll kind of deal with it then.
Do you have a favorite ballpark to pitch in?
I don't know that I have one favorite to pitch in. I have favorite ballparks to play in, but to pitch in, I don't think I really have one.
What about to play in?
I love the White Sox Stadium, and then Fenway, and I actually really grew to love the Coliseum when I was there. There's a lot of parks that I have good memories with and have grown comfortable with.
Gonna have a pinch hitter here, Andrew Lambo will pinch hit for Jared Hughes. After the double by Jordy Mercer. Again, we are speaking with Brendan McCarthy. We appreciate you taking the time. As Andrew Lambo, he was called up this past week from AAA, and he's a guy who they hope that can really provide some pop to the Pirates.
He had 31 home runs in the minors at the time of his call-up, leading all minor league hitters.
1 ball, no strikes here to Lambo. Hey, Brendan, thanks so much for joining us. Good luck the rest of the way. We appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Good luck in the fantasy football draft, too.
Thank you.
Right outside, 2 balls and no strikes here to Lambeau. Football geeks, unbelievable. Cahill's 2-0. Lambeau, ground ball to second. Hill handles it easily, and that'll do it here in the 4th. No runs on 1 hit, 1 man left on base. We're through 4. It's 8-4 Arizona. Goodyear has learned making tires that go the distance inspires what they roll into yours. Goodyear, more driven. Back here in Pittsburgh, top of the 5th inning. And a new pitcher on the hill for the Pirates. It is Vin Mazzaro. Mazzaro, 6-2, a 2.57 ERA. 41 games, 56 innings, 17 walks, 35 strikeouts. And he faces Trevor Cahill starting off this inning. Mazzaro's 1-1. Missing down low and inside. It's 2 balls and 1 strike. Let's take a look at the Fox Sports 1 pitcher comparison presented by Fox Sports 1, America's new sports network. Jeff Locke, 2 2/3, 10 hits, 8 runs. Trevor Cahill, 4 innings, 7 hits, 4 runs. Importantly for Cahill, no walks. On the inside corner, 3-2. And right now, if you're Vin Mazzaro, you cannot walk Trevor Cahill leading off this inning.
No. You never walk the opposing pitcher, especially not leading off an inning when your team has given you some reason for optimism.
Cahill to right field. There's Tabata. 1 away.
I mean, anybody with a bat in their hands is dangerous, even the pitchers. If you make a mistake, Trevor Cahill showed that back in the 3rd inning. Drove in a couple runs with an RBI single up the middle of the field, but when you have that opposing pitcher leading off an inning, that should be 1 out, nobody on base, and then go to work on the top of the batting order.
As a reliever, you have to love coming into a game facing the pitcher to start off with. your outing.
Yeah, you would think so, yeah.
A.J. Pollock. Fastball is high and outside. Pollock, 1 for 2, single run scored his last time up. Walked in the second and grounded out to the pitcher to lead off the ball game. Fastball's low and outside, 2-0.
Well, this has been an area of strength for the Pirates all season long. Their bullpen, even without Grilli, has been really, really good. Only the Braves have a lower bullpen ERA than the Pittsburgh Pirates. The Shark Tank, they call it.
In there, first strike, 2-1. And you kind of hear people around the town talking about this bullpen and do they need Grilli back? And the answer is yes. Yes, they do, because all of a sudden you have Grilli coming back, you have Melancon for the 8th, and you lengthen that bullpen. Ground ball to third base, Pedro Alvarez. That one hopper, and they're too late. And all of a sudden you can make the game a 6-inning game. You shorten that game.
You don't need to get as much out of your starting pitchers. They don't have to pace themselves nearly as much. If they know if they go 5 or 6 strong innings with a lead, turn it over to that bullpen, you're in good shape. You see where the Pirates' Shark Tank bullpen ranks this year in the National League.
Two outs for Martin Prado. And a fastball misses for ball 1. Prado, that 3-run homer his last time up, also walked and scored a run. Fastball right down the middle at 93. You look at Mazzaro and it looks like he throws a heavy ball.
It looks faster than the radar gun readings are showing. Yeah.
On the outside corner, painting 1-2.
Some guys can be deceiving that way. Either they hide the ball really well or they have a real strong finish at the point of release and the ball seems to jump on a hitter. Hitters talk all the time. It looks a lot quicker than that.
Back up the middle, Walker behind the bag, throwing away for the field. Not in time. Prado hustling, good play by Walker, an infield single for Prado.
That's a play that in years past Neil Walker probably doesn't make that play. I talked about it earlier in the game. The one deficiency he had defensively was the backhand going up the middle of the field. Real nice play that time. Only the hustle by Martin Prado down the first baseline allowed him to leg it out.
You know what that also did? Kept from having a 1-2-3 inning.
Well, if you're going to play for a Kirk Gibson managed team, you better run down that first baseline. Adam Eaton, one of their backup outfielders, found out the hard way on that last homestand. He hit a ground ball and runner at first base. I think he lost track of how many outs there were in the inning, but Adam Eaton broke it down before he got to first. Baltimore Orioles turned a double play out of the inning, and he benched him the next day and got a little bit of a scolding, but if you're going to play for Gibby, you're going to give it all every day.
Goldschmidt to short, the flip to second. That'll do it here in the 5th. No runs on a hit, 1 man left on. We hit the bottom half of the 5th inning. It's still 8-4 Arizona. sponsored by Chevrolet. Find new roads. Saturday afternoon here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. It's 8-4. Arizona over Pittsburgh, and Chevrolet, the official vehicle of Major League Baseball, is celebrating a new season for new memories. For your chance to win a community field makeover in an all-new 2014 Impala, visit ChevyBaseball.com. Starling Marte takes the first pitch for a ball. He homered his last time up, 1 for 2. 2 balls and no strikes to Marte. You look down the road, you talk about moving him down in the batting order, and you've got Andrew McCutchen down in the batting order. That's not going to be your prototypical, 3-4 or 3-4-5 hitters. With as much speed as they have,
it's highly uncommon to have those run producers in the middle of your lineup be able to not only hit the ball out of the ballpark and drive in runs, but get themselves into scoring position if they should reach on a single or a base on balls. But that's what you're potentially looking at from the Pirates a year or two down the road.
Hit hard to shortstop. There's Gregorius. 1 away. Neil Walker will step to the plate. 1 for 2, single, scored his last time up. Neil Walker, born here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. On the season now, 260, 7 home runs, and 36 RBIs. He comes from a family of athletes. Takes the first pitch, changeup for a strike. 3 things you need to know about Neil Walker. He went to the '94 All-Star game at 3 Rivers. Got autographs by Ken Griffey Jr. and Frank Thomas. His sister played basketball in the Irish Super League. And that sister, by the way, is married to Don Kelly, the utility player for the Detroit Tigers, and his dad played winter ball with Roberto Clemente. Got to speak with his dad, Tom, before the game, and he played winter ball with Clemente. Clemente was the player manager on that team, and he was a young kid playing in Puerto Rico, and so he became close to Clemente and said, hey, I'd like to be able to help you out with all this different stuff. And he had nothing else to do, so he'd pack up boxes, help him, put him on trucks and whatnot. The 1-2 pitch to Walker in the dirt, 2-2. And he said the night that Roberto Clemente was going to fly to Nicaragua, he was packing up the plane with him. And around 5 o'clock, he said to Clemente, I want to go on this trip with you. And he said, no, there's no more room. You're young. Go out and party. And he left, and he turned around to watch the plane. He said, that was the last time I saw Clemente. As Walker strikes out looking for the second out, but he also said to me this. You see that number 21? You see it all over this ballpark. You see it all over this city. And this year would be the 21st year that the Pittsburgh Pirates would have a losing season. If you look at their record right now, it's 72-49. You think that number 21 is going to let that happen?
Divine intervention.
2 away now for Andrew McCutchen.
Well, that out-of-town scoreboard in right field is exactly 21 feet tall as a salute to Roberto Clemente. Very inviting target for left-handed pull hitters, but just another nice touch that they added here to PNC Park.
Roberto Clemente, of course, ended his career with exactly 3,000 hits. 3 balls and no strikes here to McCutchen. McCutchen, 2 for 2, 2 singles, a run scored. And that is a 4-pitch walk issued to McCutchen. So he is on for the 3rd time in this ball game, and that'll bring up Pedro Alvarez, who hit an absolute bomb his last time up.
This is one of the odder games I've ever been involved with, I have to say.
You've been involved in a lot of games.
Yeah, it just kind of has a weird feel about it. It may end up 8-4. It may end up 28-24. We don't know. It just doesn't really have any kind of consistency, any kind of rhythm. I don't know which direction this game is going to go. I mean, if you've ever been to spring training and gone to one of the spring training facilities in the stadium where they play the A game, then on the backfield you have a B game, sometimes a C game. This feels like about a D game right here. I have no idea which direction this game's going to go at this point.
Justin Kutcher alongside Bob Brentley here in Pittsburgh as Charlie Nagy comes out to speak with Trevor Cahill. Look, we said it before when Alvarez hit the 3-run home run. Now you come up, you got a man on base. That short right field porch, it's inviting. It's dangerous with this guy at the plate.
No question about it. I mean, it's dangerous for right-handers that hit the ball to the opposite field. It's a very, very short target, only 320 right down the line. This is the Alvarez bomb back in the third inning, no doubt about it. Hit it into the back row of the bleachers out there.
You know it's a no doubt about it when Gerardo Parra stays in his squat and just puts his head back to see where the ball is going. Throw over to first base. McCutchen gets back, and in this situation, I don't see McCutchen running because you don't want to take the bat out of Alvarez's hands.
You wouldn't think so down by 4 runs in the game, but one thing you do have to be alert if you're the Diamondbacks. If McCutchen does break for second base on a stolen base attempt, he may just round the bag and keep going because there is nobody on that left side of the infield.
And that's what we saw before with Gregorius. Gregorius quickly started running towards third base.
I mean, a guy with McCutchen's speed, if he could beat the catcher's throw to second base instead of going into a slide at second, just round the bag and keep going and try to outrun everybody defensively to that bag at third. Once again, not a percentage play down by 4 runs with 2 outs in the inning and a home run hitter at the plate.
McCutchen did have a stolen base back in the first inning. He's got 25 on the season. Changeup on the outside corner for a strike. You'd have to think that Cahill's going to stay outside against Alvarez. Missing outside, 1 ball and 1 strike.
Especially with that sinker going that direction naturally, tailing down and away from a left-handed hitter. Try to stay away from his power, make him beat you to the big part of the ballpark rather than that short porch in right field.
There goes the runner, McCutchen. He is in there as a throw goes into center field. McCutchen will head to third. And they got a runner on third base with 2 outs. Second stolen base of the game for McCutchen. It'll be a stolen base and an E2 on the throw by Nieves.
First look, it looked like they had a shot at him at second base. Nieves got out of the chute quickly behind home plate, got rid of the ball quickly. Throw appeared to be on line, but got there just at the same time as McCutchen went into a slide at second base. It got through everybody into center field.
That is actually going to be an E5 on Davidson as he was the one covering on the stolen base attempt. 2 balls and 2 strikes now to Alvarez.
It did look like a pretty good throw by Will Nieves. Picks it cleanly out of the dirt. Yeah, Matt Davidson just missed the throw out there at second base. Of course, he is a third baseman.
2-2 off to the bat. On hop there for Gregorius, but he handles it, and that will end the inning. No runs, no hits, 1 error, 1 man left on base. Tomorrow would be the 79th birthday for Roberto Clemente, and that's a look at his museum here in Pittsburgh. Stand Up to Cancer. And by Harley-Davidson, introducing Project Rushmore, coming August 19th. Top of the sixth here. 8-4. Diamondback. Aaron Hill leading off. First pitch for a strike. Hill 0 for 2, a walk back in the first, a ground out to second, a strikeout. Line drive over a leaping Jordy Mercer into left field, a leadoff single here for Hill. Bob, you know how you're talking about this game feels odd, there's no real flow? There really hasn't been a normal 1, 2, 3 inning yet. We had only 3 batters come to the plate in the bottom half of the second, but that's because Tabata got thrown out at second to end the inning.
Yeah, by about 45 feet. Yeah, just another oddity in this game. Just seeing some things you don't normally see on the field, but somewhat settling into a rhythm here in the second half of the ball game.
Check on the runner at first. Hill is 1 for 2 on the year in stolen bases. With that base hit, Aaron Hill now has a 10-game hitting streak. Matt Davidson still the only Diamondbacks player not to reach base yet. Two strikeouts and a ground out to third. Ground ball to third. Alvarez to second for 1. Walker's throw to first, not in time.
A slowly developing double play attempt right there. Alvarez was playing extremely deep at third base, had to come in a couple steps to field that high bouncer. By the time he gets it to Walker, just not enough time to complete the double play. Most double plays all double plays pretty much start with a hard hit ball. Something hit on the button right at a defender. That makes it an easy double play attempt, but a slowly hit ball, you have to rush a little bit. Occasionally you'll throw the ball away. That relay on to Walker was high, which really threw off the rhythm of the play. No chance to get two.
It's all about rhythm in this broadcast, in this game.
Baseball's all about rhythm, I'm telling you. I can't dance a lick, but I know a game that's out of rhythm when I see one.
Will Nieves. 2-run double back in the first, a single, and a run scored in the third. He brought it out to the pitcher his last time up. Outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Eight runs on 12 hits and 1 error for Arizona. 4 runs on 7 hits and 1 error for Pittsburgh. Top of the 6th inning. One ball, 1 strike. Here the count to Nieves. Pitch out, throw down a second, and they've got Davidson caught stealing. You could see Davidson pitch out, and they got him easily.
Those are some of the things you look for in that dugout on pickoff attempts. You see how the runner reacts, you see how the hitter reacts, you watch the base coaches to see if they do anything to tip off a potential hit and run. That time Davidson leaning a little bit when Hurdle saw it. Pitches out, and they get him by a wide margin at second base.
2 outs, and now it's 2 balls and 2 strikes to Nieves. So let's see, we've had Davidson caught stealing. We had Parra caught stealing at third base, picked off by the pitcher. We've had a runner thrown out at second base in Tabata. Slow ground ball to third. Alvarez, the bare hand play, makes it easily. It's not a 1, 2, 3 inning, but we only saw 3 batters. We head to the bottom half of the sixth here in Pittsburgh. It's 8-4 Arizona.
Break. Cardinals Cubs. Bob Brenly, stop me if you've seen this movie before. Cardinals on top when Starlin Castro apparently lost track of the out count, thinking Matt Carpenter's pop-up ended the inning. John Jay tags up and scores, and Dale Swaim says, Starlin, you're done for the afternoon. Pack your glove. Hit the showers. Red Sox and Yankees. Boston's lost 6 of the last 8, but they're on the right track today. Jared Saltalamacchia's RBI knock, bringing in Daniel Nava. Sox have since tacked on one more. 5-1 Boston as we get you back out to Justin and Bob in Pittsburgh.
All right, thanks so much, Matt. A new pitcher in the game now for Arizona. It is the right-hander Will Harris against Russell Martin, and good for Dale Swaim.
Well, you know, unfortunately, I have seen that before in my years in Chicago. A tremendously talented young man, physically gifted, just has a great feel for playing the game of baseball, but at times it's almost like he's bored. You know, he just loses interest in the game, forgets the outs, forgets his runners on base, and for the Cubs today, it cost him a run.
Breaking ball misses. 2 balls and 1 strike here to Martin, who's 0 for 2. Trevor Cahill, he got through 5 innings. So right now, he can get a win for Arizona. Fastball is up high. Now 3 balls and 1 strike.
I think all in all, the Diamondbacks are pretty pleased with the outing they got from Trevor Cahill today. After his team spotted him that 8-run lead, he went out in the 3rd inning and was just pounding away at the strike zone.
Martin to deep left center field. Pollock going back. That's into the deepest part of the ballpark. 1 hops over the wall, a ground rule double. The 19th double of the year for Russell Martin. And for America's #1 pregame show comes the all-new Fox Football Daily, featuring an all-star lineup of experts and NFL legends. Get everything you love on Sunday, every day of the week. Fox Football Daily premieres Monday on America's new sports network, Fox Sports 1. Heinz Field, we can see the home of the Pittsburgh Steelers. I tell you what, that Fox Football Daily, some of the guys they have on it, I'd love to see a matchup, Randy Moss against Rondé Barber on the field right now. First pitch swing, Garrett Jones, a big swing and a miss.
Russell Martin hit that ball in the one spot in the ballpark that you don't get a home run. Right at the 410 mark, that little notch out there just to the left of straightaway center, the deepest part of this ballpark. and bounced it out. Anywhere else, that's up into the seats for a home run.
410 feet out there. It's 410 there, and straightaway center's 399.
It's off the warning track and up into the stands.
Good play by the fan. No balls and 2 strikes here to Jones. And the dirt, 1-2. They're breaking ball, ground ball to second. Aaron Hill is there. Down to third base goes Martin on the put out. So a productive out for Garrett Jones, 1 away. Jose Tabata now a step to the plate. And this is one of those situations where if you're Pittsburgh and you're down 8-4, you need to get this run in.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to get them back in bunches the way they were able to do in that 3rd inning, but we're only in the bottom of the 6th inning of this game. There's still plenty of time left, plenty of outs left in this ball game, but you have to pick them up every opportunity you get.
Tabata singled his first time up, was thrown out at second, trying to stretch that single into a double. And he grounded out his last time up. Martin at third after a leadoff double. Breaking ball, line drive, base hit, and there is the RBI. 8-5, Arizona leads. th RBI of the year for Tabata. He did not waste much time on that one.
Breaking ball right there in the middle of the plate where he liked it. Stayed back, kept his hands back nicely, and very wisely stopped at first base this time.
Jordy Mercer steps in. Fastball on the outside corner. Josh Harrison is in the on-deck circle to hit in the pitcher spot. A look back at Tabata. 3 for 3 on the year in stolen bases. Chasing one out of the zone. No balls and 2 strikes to Mercer.
That's one thing Kirk Gibson really pays a lot of attention to, holding runners, trying to slow down the opposition's running game to the point where even in the first day of spring training, when the pitchers throw their side sessions, they hold the ball for 5 seconds, deliver a pitch, hold it for 3 seconds, deliver a pitch, come set and throw right away. They work on their pickoff moves, a variety of different pickoff moves. And I think that comes from the time he spent in Detroit playing for Sparky Anderson, whose pitching coach was my former manager, Roger Craig.
Really?
That was one of Roger's big points with his pitching staff, was to slow down that running game.
No balls, 2 strikes. The count here to Mercer. And the dirt, good stop by Nieves. 1 ball and 2 strikes. One and 2 here to Mercer. Doubled his last time up. Goes to right field, drives Parra back a couple of steps. 2 away here in the 6th. And now a pinch hitter here for Pittsburgh. It will be Josh Harrison. Justin Wilson is warming up in the bullpen for Pittsburgh. He'll be the new pitcher, with Harrison pinch hitting here. Josh Harrison, already the third different player to bat in the 9-hole for Pittsburgh in this game. And guess what? Jeff Locke was not one of them. Hughes, Lambeau, and Harrison, the three guys to hit in that 9-hole for the Pittsburgh Pirates in this game here today. Harrison fouls it back. 1 ball and 1 strike. .260, 2 home runs, 7 RBIs on the year for Josh Harrison. 1 run in already in the inning. A leadoff double by Martin, an RBI single by Tabata. Harrison. That does not feel good. First and second, 2 outs. And now back to the top of the order and the tying run at the plate in Marte.
Like I got him near or right above that left elbow. Will Harris is a guy that features a cut fastball working away from right-handed hitters and a big overhand curveball. That one appeared to be a four-seamer that just held its line and flipped Harrison.
So out comes Charlie Nagy to speak with Will Harris. You've got 2 outs here, bottom of the 6th. 8-5 ball game, first and second. And Starling Marte coming up. Marte hit a home run back in the 3rd off a hanging slider by Trevor Cahill.
I'm sure part of this conversation is going to be to stay away, middle of the plate away to Marte. If you're going to go inside, make sure it's off the plate inside just to show him a pitch in there. But Marte's power is to left center and left field. He can beat you the other way.
An 8-5 ball game here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Double barrel action in the bullpen for Arizona. You've got the lefty Joe Thatcher and the righty J.J. Putz.
Came over from the San Diego Padres in the deal I alluded to in the open of the show. Ian Kennedy going to the Padres. Joe Thatcher, the left-handed specialist, coming this direction.
First pitch fastball in the inside corner, first strike. Let's see if they go outside now. Breaking ball, check swing. Did he go? He did not, says Mike Estabrook. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Just able to check on that big breaking ball that ends up in the dirt over near the left-handed batter's box.
Going the other way, down the line, out of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes here to Starling Marte. I can't imagine you'd see one in the strike zone here.
They try to lead him away with that cut fastball off the outside corner. It looks like they're going back in.
And that hits Marte. Back-to-back hit batters by Will Harris, and the bases are now loaded for Neil Walker.
Kind of unusual to see two guys hit back-to-back. Not unusual at all to see Marte getting hit by a pitch. That's the 21st time this year he's been clunked. See that guard just above the left elbow. That fastball just didn't cut, stayed inside the whole way. Marte takes it off the left arm and loads him up.
And that brings out Kirk Gibson, and we're going to have a pitching change. Bases are loaded. 2 outs. Bottom of the 6th inning. 8-5 Arizona, and this one is far from over. Three and 1, a 2.76 ERA, 32 2/3, 7 walks, 31 strikeouts. The lefty turns Walker around to now bat from the right side, with the bases loaded and 2 outs here in the bottom half of the 6th inning. Walker singled back in the 3rd, scored on the 3-run home run by Alvarez, struck out looking his last time up. Walker, the switch hitter, 212 against lefties, 270 against righties. Thatcher drops down and gets the fastball in there for a strike. So playing the percentages, also the short right field porch versus a deeper left field porch. Walker was late on that one, and it's no balls and 2 strikes.
Not to mention Joe Thatcher's about as funky as they come out there on the mound. I mean, he sets up in a closed position. He strides way to the first base side of the mound, throws across his body from a very low 3/4 arm angle. I mean, it's nearly impossible for a left-handed hitter. It's no trip to the beach for a righty. I mean, you're trained as a hitter to look at a spot. Look where his foot lands, and you see where the landing hole is for everybody else that's pitched in this game. He throws that far across his body, really hides the ball well from hitters.
The 1-2. Walker the other way, Parra, and that will drop foul. This place was about to erupt. Great career numbers with the bases loaded. This year, 2 for 5. Right now, all they want is a base hit.
They've got great speed on the bases right now. With 2 outs in the inning, everybody's going to be running on contact. You got Marte over at first, Harrison at second. Tabata down there at third base. I mean, a well-placed single will definitely score 2, possibly 3, depending on the kind of jump Marte gets over there at first base.
Another 1-2 is pulled foul. If you're Kurt Gibson, you're thinking, I've got an 8-0 lead, I should be safe. Well, then it's 8-4. If you're Clint Hurdle, you're thinking, oh man, 8-0. Well, now they're chipping away, 8-5. Another 1-2 that's chased by Walker, and Nieves will just step on the plate to end the inning. So Thatcher comes in and does the job. The Pirates lead. The bases loaded. We're through 6. It's 8-5 Arizona. By Budweiser. Now it's time for our Just for Men Mustache and Beard Play Like a Champ profile. And today it has been the play of Martin Prado. Prado, 2 for 3. He had a home run, a 3-run home run back in the 3rd. He scored 2 runs. He has been playing very well for this Arizona Diamondbacks team ever since the All-Star break.
Flannel unis.
On the outside corner, no balls and 2 strikes. Gerardo Parra scored back in the 3rd. Reached on the error in the 4th. Outside with a fastball from Justin Wilson. And it's 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Yeah, Wilson is not a soft tossing lefty. His average 4-seam fastball sits right around 95 miles per hour. That last one a cutter at 92. He also features a curveball as an off-speed pitch.
Great numbers out of the bullpen. Ground ball back up the middle. The shortstop Mercer calls off Walker and makes the play. away now for Didi Gregorius.
Confusion out there. Walker gives way at the last instant. Much easier play for the shortstop, moving to his left, somewhat in the direction of his throw. Walker gives way, jumps out of the way. Jordy Mercer with a strong throw on to first just in time.
Didi Gregorius has reached base all 3 times in this game. Intentionally walked his last time, an RBI double in the third, a single back in the second. Check swing back to the screen. Adam Eaton is in the on-deck circle for Arizona. Down low, 1 ball and 1 strike. Top of the 7th inning here in Pittsburgh. Outside, 2 balls and 1 strike. 94 from the left-hander. Good fastball in the outside corner. 2 balls and 2 strikes, and there is Eaton in the on-deck circle. I'm going to ask this question. I have no idea if you can even give me a good answer to it. Why is it that you don't see as many hard-throwing lefties as you do righties, and you always hear about the finesse pitcher being the lefty?
You're right. I don't have an answer for that. I mean, in general, yeah, lefties are usually finesse lefties or crafty lefties, but yeah, you don't see many left-handers come out of that bullpen. I mean, go back to Billy Wagner, guy that came in out of the bullpen throwing close to 100 miles per hour, but usually the hard throwers are the right-handers, and the crafty guys that rely on breaking pitches and off-speed pitches and locating fastballs are the lefties.
Well, speaking of locating, Justin Wilson and Russell Martin thought they located that pitch perfectly as Martin was ready to throw it around the horn. Wilson flashed a smile of surprise by the call by home plate umpire Jim Wolf. Gregorius lines out right to Neil Walker. 2 away. Make Sunday extra special by going out to the ballpark. Go to MLB.com/Sunday to find special ticket offers. And tomorrow, here at the ballpark, Wade Miley will go for Arizona. Charlie Morton will go for Pittsburgh. What a great view. The boats are out. Eaton, the pinch hitter, squares around a bunt, pulls it back, and takes the pitch for a ball.
A little reminiscent of McCovey Cove with the boats out there beyond the right field wall.
Don't forget, Diamondback fans, tune into Fox Sports Arizona tomorrow for the final game of this series. Coverage will begin at 10 a.m. Mountain Time. Ground ball to shortstop. Hold your breath. There it is, the 1-2-3 inning. Just in time to stretch him out. It's 8-5 Arizona. Stop, the foolproof way to get rid of gray. And by Mazda, we believe if it's not worth driving, it's not worth building. Bottom half of the 7th inning here in Pittsburgh, and we've got some changes for Arizona. Adam Eaton, who pinch hit, will stay in left field. Martin Prado will go from left field to third base. And with that double switch, the new pitcher is J.J. Putz, who comes in to face Andrew McCutchen. And the first pitch chases a fastball, 0-1. Putz 3-1, a 2.73 ERA, 26 in the third innings, 13 walks, 28 strikeouts.
Hey, JJ, another pitcher that's kind of reinvented himself this year. He used to throw a fastball, a hard slider, and a splitter. Gradually got away from the slider completely. It was just fastball, split finger, and then went on the disabled list earlier this year. And in his comeback, he started to throw the slider once again, and it's become a very valuable weapon for him.
Andrew McCutchen singled back in the first, stole a base, singled in the third, scored a run, walked and stole a base in the 5th. Oh-2 in the air. Going back is Goldschmidt in foul territory. The wind's got it, and he's able to make the catch. Leadoff batter retired here in the 7th. And now Pedro Alvarez will step to the plate. Alvarez, with that 3-run home run back in the 3rd, came up in a big spot in the 5th and grounded out into that shift where the shortstop was actually playing on second base. Now it's Gregorius. Now Gregorius is over at shortstop, and Martin Prado goes over and plays second base. And the foul tip, 0-1.
Prado has been a lifesaver for Kirk Gibson this season. With some of the injuries they've had, they've been able to move Prado to third base, to left field, to second base. He's played shortstop this year, and in this exaggerated shift, he moves from third base over to the straightaway second base position.
Fastball is up, check swing. He did not go, says Jeff Nelson. 1 ball and 1 strike. And as far as the utility of Martin Prado, you're going to need more and more players like him in baseball, especially with, pitching staffs, 11, 12. Some teams going 13 pitchers. You don't have any bench players.
Well, you need guys that can play multiple positions, and Prado plays them all well, which has really been important this year. I mean, Aaron Hill was on the disabled list earlier this year, so Martin played some second base. Eric Chavez, who was playing extremely well for the Diamondbacks before he went back on the DL, they slid Prado over to third base. They had issues in left field early in the season. Cody Ross, Jason Kubel, both bothered by nagging injuries. Prado moved out to left field. So valuable for a manager in the National League to have a guy or two that you can move around the field and not lose anything defensively.
3 balls and 1 strike, the count here to Alvarez. The 3-1. Big swing. You almost get the sense that Alvarez said, I don't care where this is, I'm going to swing at it.
And that's a dangerous location to Pedro Alvarez. He loves that fastball down and in. Like a lot of left-handed pull hitters, likes that ball from the middle of the plate, about knee high. Gives him an opportunity to lift that ball in the air to right field.
The payoff pitch. And Putz wins that battle. 2 away here in the 7th.
He had his shot on that 3-1 pitch. That was in a good location to hit this fastball just off the outside corner. Very defensive swing that time by Alvarez for strike 3.
2 away for Russell Martin, who doubled and scored his last time up. Takes the first pitch fastball right down the middle for a strike. All right, so how about 3 things you need to know about Russell Martin? Well, his father earned a living playing the saxophone in the subway. Middle name is Coltrane after John Coltrane. He was drafted as a third baseman. Came up with the Dodgers. Foul tip. His dad earned a living by playing the saxophone in the subway so he would have a flexible schedule and he could help coach Russell. And I guess you could say that long-term investment paid off.
I would say so, yeah.
I still think back to Russell Martin making a catch when catching for the Dodgers, when he ran and slid right by the dugout, made the catch and slid into the dugout and landed on his feet. That's the most memorable play for Martin that I can remember. And now Martin skies one into the seats.
Well, he's a very athletic catcher, as we showed you right there. He was originally signed as a third baseman. So he's agile, quick on his feet, and he's taken those traits right behind the plate with him. I've had the opportunity to watch Russell behind the plate quite a bit, and for me, along with the entire Molina family, he is a very good receiver. He has that knack of always receiving the ball and pushing it back toward the middle of the plate. Some people like to call it framing. I just think it's the way he receives the ball. He anticipates so well. He gets outside the pitch, so he's always moving back toward the middle of the plate as he receives the ball. We'll keep an eye on him when he goes back behind the dish in the next half inning.
1 ball, 2 strikes here to Martin, 2 away in the 7th. Inside, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Game 2 of this 3-game series. Last night, Pittsburgh won 6-2. Here in this one, Arizona jumped out to an 8-0 lead, and it was 8-4, and now 8-5. And Putz works a 1-2-3 7th inning. We head to the 8th, 8-5 Arizona. Wiser. And aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Everything Goodyear has learned, making tires that go the distance, inspires what they roll into yours. Goodyear, more driven. Back here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We go to the top of the 8th inning. And another pitcher into the game here for Pittsburgh. It's Jeanmar Gomez. 2-0, a 2.91 ERA, 65 innings, 25 walks, 43 strikeouts.
Gomez pitched a couple of innings in relief of Garrett Cole in the ball game last night. 2 innings, struck out 3. Otherwise, zeros across the board.
Gomez will face the top of the order. A.J. Pollock, Martin Prado, and Paul Goldschmidt here in the 8th. A.J. Pollock, 1 for 3 on the afternoon. A single, a run scored, a walk, and 2 groundouts. And the first pitch fastball's in at the knees, first strike. The 5th pitcher of the game here for Pittsburgh. On the outside corner. 0-2. Line drive center field. And playing it on a hop is Andrew McCutchen. Leadoff single here for Pollock. Fox Sports 1, America's new sports network, is finally here with an epic night of premieres, beginning with UFC Fight Night as Shogun Rua takes on Chael Sonnen, followed by the news and highlights show fans have been waiting for, Fox Sports Live. It all begins tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern, only on Fox Sports 1. So in just about an hour, all that begins. Martin Prado, 2 for 3, 3-run homer. Infield single, a walk, 2 runs scored, and a line out to center field. When we discovered that Andrew McCutchen has a 6th tool, jumping.
Yeah, that ball was accelerating and rising as it got out there into shallow center field, and McCutchen almost overran it coming in, slammed on the brakes, went straight up in the air like he was grabbing a rebound to make the play.
Clint Hurdle told us a great story about McCutchen today. When a couple years ago McCutchen was at an event where he was honored, and somebody asked him a question: when did you realize that you had established yourself here in Pittsburgh? He said, when people stopped asking me if I was Larry Fitzgerald. Another pitch out, this time not going as Pollock. Of course, Larry Fitzgerald played his college ball here at Pitt as a wide receiver.
I bet McCutchen can run some pass patterns too. I don't know if Larry Fitzgerald can hit a fastball, but
1-0, Prado squared the bunt, pulled it back, and took the pitch for a ball.
I don't think he had any intention of bunting right there. We talked about it earlier. Prado usually takes until he gets a strike in the sequence before he even thinks about swinging the bat. And if you know you're going to swing, if you show bunt early, it may draw those corner infielders in just a little bit and enhance your chances of driving one past him.
There you go, takes the strike, so now he's free to swing.
And plus, he's such a good handler of the bat. I mean, among the player votes, every year he's among the leaders in best hit and run guys because he drives the ball to the right side so well. He can wait on pitches so long. That big hole on the right side, rather than just give up an out with a sac bunt, shoot that hole on the right side.
Good pitch on the outside corner with a slider. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Martin Prado. (8-5) here, top of the 8th inning. Arizona leading Pittsburgh, trying to even this series at a game apiece. Ground ball left side, tough play in the hole. Mercer bobbles it on the release. It'll be a base hit for Prado, his 3rd hit of the game. And now it's 1st and 2nd, nobody out here in the 8th.
Yeah, showing good range is Jordy Mercer getting over in the hole to stop that ball from going into the outfield. But with A.J. Pollock's speed going 1st to 2nd, I don't think they had a chance at the force. And certainly that was going to be a long throw from over there in the hole between 3rd and short to try to get Prado at first base. That'll go as an infield hit for Prado.
And now Paul Goldschmidt comes up in an RBI situation. Goldschmidt 2 for 4. First pitch swinging, pulls it foul. We're talking with Clint Hurdle about Andrew McCutchen, and he said just what a great person he is. From the time that the Pirates drafted him, he hasn't changed at all. When he talked to Kirk Gibson about Paul Goldschmidt, what a good person he is, and how he'll go out before the game and he'll be signing autographs. A lot of players know I can't sign autographs right now, I got to get ready. He'll sign autographs for fans. Paul Goldschmidt, he has 1 class remaining to earn his Bachelor's of Science in Management. He started out his college career at Texas State, turned pro in baseball, and so he's finishing at the University of Phoenix. And how about this for, a flight coming out here to Pittsburgh? He was working on a PowerPoint presentation so he can earn that degree. That's pretty cool.
He's such a creature of habit, too. I mean, he works just as hard now as he's developing superstar status in the game of baseball as he did as a minor leaguer.
Old foul again. That's into the camera well. 2 underrated players, 2 MVP candidates. And what could be a deciding factor is playoffs.
Yeah, and the only argument you have right there is if you had both those guys on the same team, who gets to hit 3rd? I think you have to go with McCutchen 3rd, Goldschmidt 4th. What a lineup, huh?
It's a good problem to have.
Yeah.
It's called an all-star team. Popped up, foul territory. Jones going over, and that'll reach the seats.
Yeah, just enough wind blowing here at PNC today. I'm not sure what direction that is, but blowing balls into foul territory on the first base side. Last night the flags were hanging straight down here at PNC. No wind at all. May have gotten an assist that time, Paul Goldschmidt, with the wind pushing that ball a couple rows up into the seats.
Still 1 ball and 2 strikes here to Goldschmidt. Another 1-2, gets him with a slider. Good pitch by Gomez. 1 away here in the 8th. Aaron Hill, he's 1 for 3, singled, walked, a ground out and a strikeout. Ball, no strikes here to Aaron Hill. Pollock at second, Prado on at first base. Missing outside, 2 balls and no strikes. You look around this ballpark, you look across, you see the bridges, the Clemente Bridge. What I love is how fans can walk across the river, go back into downtown. This is just a great ballpark, a great city. A pickoff play at second, back in safely is Pollock. If you're a golfer, oh man, this is heaven. You've got Oakmont, Laurel Valley, Fox Chapel. You got the French Club. This is a good place.
Fox has a chapel here in Pittsburgh.
We're allowed to play there anytime we want. 2-0 sliders in there for a strike, 2-1.
You see the left batting glove of Aaron Hill has a kind of modified padding on the outside of the hand right there. He was struck on that hand by James McDonald back in April. I believe it was April 11th he was actually hit by the pitch, tried to play through it for 4 days before he finally had to go on the disabled list with a fracture in the back of his hand. Missed time until June 25th, and then had that feeling of going through spring training. His timing wasn't there. They tried to pad that hand in different ways, but it's just been over the last 2 or 3 weeks that Aaron Hill really feels like his timing is coming back to where he wants it to be.
3-1, pulled foul.
And for Aaron Hill, that means pulling the ball with authority. That's where he lives. Left center, around to the left field foul pole.
Aaron Hill, since July 25th, coming into this game, hitting .382. So he's definitely starting to heat up. The 3-2 pitch. Up the middle. Walker. His play is to first. Jones comes off the bag, says the first base umpire, Mike Estabrook. And out comes Clint Hurdle. Let's see, was he off the bag?
Another nice backhanded play by Neil Walker up the middle of the field. His throw short, hops over there to Garrett Jones, who picks it cleanly out of the dirt.
It's tough to tell from those angles. It's an infield hit for Aaron Hill.
Like he may have come off momentarily. He's off the bag right there. It's just a question, did he get back before Aaron Hill got a foot down on the bag? No, he did not. That's a good call.
So Mike Estabrook makes the right call. It's a very good call.
He was in a perfect location, perfect position to make that call.
And of course, whenever you have a close play like that, we have to talk about the new proposed replay system. And as a former manager, what do you think about all of this? Because it's a lot to soak in.
Well, now that I'm no longer managing, I'm in favor of replays for everything, as many as you need over the course of a ball game, putting a replay official up here in the booth. I mean, granted, it took us 3 or 4 looks at that particular play, but eventually you could see that he was off the bag, and that was the right call. I think Major League Baseball, in a lot of ways, is that kid that doesn't want to just jump into the pool. You stick a toe in first to see how it feels, and that's probably the right way to go about this. You institute things gradually, see how they work, make the appropriate adjustments, and then move forward. If you need to add more, you add more. If you need to tweak the rules a little bit, then you tweak them. But I think it's a huge, huge step in the right direction.
Bases are now loaded with 1 out, and the pinch hitter is Jason Kubel. Kubel, first pitch swinging fouls, one into the seats, 0-1. Jason Kubel, a good hitter career-wise with the bases loaded. You see his numbers on the year overall. His numbers in his career with the base loaded, 376, 8 home runs, and he came through with a big hit back in June on the 22nd against Cincinnati and Aroldis Chapman to win that game. Pops it up again into the seats. 0-2. How different is the approach for a hitter hitting with the bases loaded to come up as a pinch hitter or one who's been in the game for a while?
Generally, pinch hitters come off the bench and they're ready to hack at the first pitch they see close to the strike zone. They don't want to get behind in the count. They don't want to give that pitcher an opportunity to go to his put-away pitches, so they try to attack early. If you're in the lineup and you know you're going to get 4 or 5 at-bats in a ball game, you may want to take a pitch or two. You have an idea in a certain count. If I get to that count, I know what he's going to throw me. So you try to get to that count, but usually as a pinch hitter coming off the bench, you are ready to hack at the first thing close to the plate.
1 ball, 2 strikes here to Kubel. The base is loaded. That's inside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Last night it was a 2-run game when Tabata hit a 2-run homer. Right now it's a chance for Arizona with Kubel at the plate to break this game open and give his team some breathing room for that 8th and 9th inning. Two-two. Past the diving Walker into center field, and there is the breathing room. A 2-run single for Kubel, and it's now 10-5. Jason Kubel again comes up big with the bases loaded.
Boy, and it's been quite a struggle this year for Jason Kubel. Number one, finding some offense, and number 2, finding playing time with Gerardo Parra in right field. A.J. Pollock and Adam Eaton have been sharing time in center. Cody Ross just went on the disabled list last week. He was getting regular playing time. It was just hard to find the at-bats for Jason Kubel other than coming off the bench as a pinch hitter. Big knock right there.
And now we're going to have it looks like a double switch here as Russell Martin's going to come out from behind the plate. Sanchez will be the new catcher, and Morris is going to be the new pitcher. 10-5, top of the 8th inning, a double switch, and Martin's day is done here in Pittsburgh as his Pirates trail by 5. Here for Pittsburgh. 5-6, a 2.75 ERA, 52 1/3 innings pitched, 21 walks, 28 strikeouts, and he will throw to Tony Sanchez. So a complete new battery here for Pittsburgh, with 1 away in the 8th inning. Will Nieves, 2 for 4, a 2-run double back in the first, a single a run scored in the third. And He's first pitch swinging. Marte goes back to make the catch. Tagging up from third base is Hill, a sacrifice fly, and it's 11-5. Third RBI of the game for Nieves. 2 away, and now Gerardo Parra will step to the plate. Parra first pitch swinging goes the other way. McCutcheon comes over, bobbles it, but holding up at second base is Kubel. Parra took a huge turn at first base, anticipating Kubel going to third.
McCutcheon tries to get that ball on the short hop. It took a little bit bigger hop than he was anticipating. Caught him in the heel of the glove and skipped away a little bit, but Jason Kubel had dropped anchor out there at second base. You mentioned Gerardo Parra. He's always looking for an extra 90 feet. Had to slam on the brakes and go back to first.
First and second now, 2 outs, and Didi Gregorius, the 8th batter of the inning here for Arizona. So you know, before you talked about the rhythm of the game, I think we may go through the entire game without getting a rhythm. We've had an inning where 8 men have come to the plate right now, one where 10 men came to the plate. No balls and 2 strikes.
Multiple pitching changes, especially for the Pirates.
6 pitchers for the Pirates.
We've had double switches. We've had defensive replacements, pinch hitters.
Just your typical game.
Yep.
0-2 is spoiled foul.
If you talk to Diamondbacks fans, they'll say this. They like this rhythm because offensively, the Diamondbacks haven't busted loose like this in a long time, if at all. 17 hits, 11 runs on the board already in the ball game against a really good pitching staff and a really good starting pitcher in Jeff Locke.
An all-star in Jeff Locke, 2 2/3, 10 hits, 8 runs, 3 walks. They'll go back to Arizona happy. There is still a 3rd game, though, in this series. There's still 6 more outs for the Pirates, and the way things are going, you just never know.
You never know. Because they're not going to quit. I mean, you don't get in first place in a tough division like the National League Central by rolling over and playing dead when you fall behind in a ball game. And Clint Hurdle just would not have that. These guys are going to grind right down to the very last pitch of the game.
How about this National League Central? Pittsburgh 72-49 coming into today. St. Louis 69-52. Cincinnati 69-53. I mean, you have a chance where you look at the Central and the wild card. 3 teams from one division going to the playoffs. Another 0-2 pitch. Off the end of the bat into center field. Drops in for a base hit. And another run will score as Kubel, after he drove in a couple of runs, he gets driven in. And Gregorius, just a good at bat.
Nice defensive hitting there, just trying to protect the plate. Went down, somehow got underneath that ball with the very end of his bat, little soft floater into center field. And McCutcheon has some issues once again on a ball hit out there in the shallow center.
12 runs today, ties a season high, which they did against the Chicago Cubs at Wrigley on June 1st.
Fortunately for the Pirates, he didn't step on that baseball and sprain his ankle. It hit the little finger of his glove and kind of landed right there by his feet. He ended up kicking it away. Kubel was going to score anyway. He was off on contact with 2 outs in the inning, so no error charged.
$18 hits by the Diamondbacks, the most hits that the Pirates have allowed this year. Adam Eaton rounded out his first time up. That was back in the 7th inning. Rounded out to short. By the way, that game at Wrigley Field on June 1st was also a Fox game. Just saying.
Just saying.
Ground ball, second base. Walker makes the play, and the 8th inning will come to an end after 9 men come to the plate for Arizona. They put 4 more runs on the board. They now lead by 7. America's new sports network, and by Bayer Advanced Aspirin, the official pain reliever of Major League Baseball. Beautiful shot of PNC Park and the Allegheny River here in Pittsburgh, as it's now 12-5 Arizona over the Pirates. Justin Kutch alongside Bob Brenly. And Bob, this has been one of those weird games, never really a flow, but how do you get a flow? I mean, Arizona jumps out to an 8-0 lead over the All-Star in Jeff Locke.
Well, I mean, that was the beginning of the end for the Pirates as far as trying to find a rhythm and a flow to this ball game, because it's just been a constant parade in from that bullpen ever since. Pinch hitters in the pitcher spot, just trying to get some offense going and get back into the ball game. I mean, this is a season high for the Diamondbacks in just about every offensive category, although we have seen a Pedro Alvarez home run, his National League leading 30th. 17 batters, 10 runs in the 3rd inning alone.
And all 10 were scored with 2 outs.
Oh, my.
Heath Bell is now in. 4-1, a 3.78 ERA, 11 walks, 55 strikeouts in 50 innings. Faces Garrett Jones leading off here in the 8th. And now it's no balls and 2 strikes. Jones 0 for 3 with 3 groundouts. All to the right side of the infield, which would explain why you have that shift on. Foul Fouled off the mask of Nieves.
Once that pitch up in the zone, trying to get a chase strike from Garrett Jones. It's down as he reaches out with the glove to catch that low pitch. It's fouled right back up into the face mask.
How much does that hurt?
It doesn't really hurt that much. It just gets your attention, that's for sure. There's a lot of padding on the forehead part and around the chin area there.
Still 0-2 here to Jones. All right, outside, 1 ball and 2 strikes. All right, outside, 2-2. Called foul. Will stay at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Well, if you believe in building your team to suit your home ballpark where you play 81 times a year, I think you're going to see a lot of left-handed pull hitters here at PNC Park moving forward. Neil Walker, a much better hitter from the left side of the plate. Pedro Alvarez has already hit one to the back of the bleachers in right field. Garrett Jones is a dead pull left-handed hitter. Andrew Lambeau, who we saw as a pinch hitter earlier in the game, is a dead pull left-handed hitter. Seems to make a lot of sense.
You know, it's funny. You always hear people say, when you have this shift on, why not lay down a bunt? And obviously not with 2 strikes, but just in general. Why not lay down a bunt? And everyone always says because the opposition would love for you to bunt. They'll take that. But look at how much room is over there. Jones to center field. A.J. Pollock, with that wind blowing in, comes in for the first out. Fox Sports 1, America's new sports network, is finally here with an epic night of premieres, beginning with UFC Fight Night as Shogun Rua takes on Chael Sonnen, followed by the news and highlight show fans have been waiting for. Fox Sports Live. It all begins tonight in just about 30 minutes, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, only on Fox Sports 1. And for finding out what channel Fox Sports 1 is on in your area, go to foxsports1.com and you will be able to plug it in and you'll be able to find exactly, so you can tune in tonight to watch the UFC fights and of course watch Fox Sports Live. No balls, 1 strike here to Tabata. Ground ball, second base. Nice 2-hopper for Hill. 2 away.
Getting back to the ugly rhythm of this ball game early, I think a lot of that had to do with the walks also. You know, Jeff Locke just wasn't throwing strikes. His defense kind of got back on their heels. The Diamondbacks were doing what we suggested in the open of the show. See a lot of pitches, patient at bats, make him work out there. And anytime you have a pitcher that's not throwing consistent strikes, it just seems to really slow the game down, take the defense out of their rhythm, and put all the momentum on the side of the offensive ball club.
And what, Locke threw 52 or 54 pitches in the first 2 innings?
Guys out there with the gloves on their hands, they're there for a reason. They want to help you. Throw it over the plate. Make the other team hit it. We'll catch it, you know. And when you just stand out there defensively and watch ball after ball after ball and deep count after deep count.
Mercer to right center field. Back is Pollock. That wind was blowing in again, and that one kept it in the yard. A 1-2-3 worked by Bell. We go to the 9th, 12-5 Diamondbacks. Everything Goodyear has learned, making tires that go the distance, inspires what they roll into yours. Goodyear, more driven. 3 home runs in the ball game, all tracked by our cameraman up there, Josh Miller. A great job to track all those balls, and that's the view from the blimp.
That blast off the bat of Pedro Alvarez might reach the river. I mean, when it left his bat, it looked like it was going to land in the middle of the river, but got caught up there in the back of the bleachers.
A.J. Pollock leads off here in the 9th. And the first pitch from Brian Morris is low outside for ball 1. Pollock 2 for 4, 2 runs scored. He's been on base 3 times. Looking ahead to tomorrow, again, it's Wade Miley against Charlie Morton. That could be likely the rubber game of this 3-game series. A quick 3-game homestand for these Pittsburgh Pirates. They then go on the road out to San Diego on Monday. A 3-game set out there, and 4 in San Francisco.
Diamondbacks go from Pittsburgh to Cincinnati over a 4-game set against the Reds, and then on to Philadelphia, where Ryne Sandberg has taken over for Charlie Manuel.
A 4-pitch walk issued here to Pollock, leading off the 9th inning. Time now for the Burger King play of the game, brought to you by Burger King, where taste is king. It is Martin Prado's 3-run home run back in the 3rd inning. That was a big-time blow against Jeff Locke and these Pirates. Prado 3 for 4. That home run, 2 infield singles, a walk. $18 hits in the ballgame for Arizona. That's 5 consecutive balls thrown by Brian Morris.
Certainly I don't speak for all broadcasters and sports writers, but I, for one, am really going to miss Charlie Manuel and wish him nothing but the best of luck in whatever it is he does from this point forward. He was a joy to be around, and you could tell that he loved being a part of this game of baseball. Yeah. You could just tell it by talking to him every day.
I loved watching his press conferences, his interviews. He's great. On 1, bounce foul.
So many times we'd go into Philadelphia, first game of the series, you go out to the batting cage, and of course Charlie's right there on the back of the cage where he always was, and we'd talk baseball for about 45 seconds, and then we'd talk fishing. I'm going to miss those conversations, but certainly we wish the best of luck to Ryne Sandberg, who has done everything necessary to get to this point. With the Chicago Cubs, he wanted to get into coaching and managing. They told him to go ride the buses, do the minor league thing. He did that, did it very well, and now has an opportunity to manage a major league club. Good luck to Ryne.
Another hit for Martin Prado. That's his 4th hit of the game. You said to me, and you even talked earlier about how Prado is feeling more and more comfortable trying to make that great impression early on, but it was the trip back to Atlanta that seemed to put him at ease. Why?
I think going back to the National League East cities, we went to Washington, D.C., we went to Atlanta, and we went to, where else did we go? Oh, the Mets. Played the Mets on that series, and it just so happened when the Diamondbacks were playing in Atlanta, it was Chipper Jones Day at the ballpark, and Chipper made it a point during his farewell speech to point out Martin Prado playing for the Diamondbacks and what a great teammate he was. And I think there was a certain degree of closure there. You know, Martin Prado could finally look forward with this new team and not necessarily forget about his days in Atlanta, but, you know, put them in the rearview mirror. That was a good time for him. He established himself as a solid major league player, and now it was time to take his talents out to the desert. And ever since then, he has just been rolling. I mean, You talk about 4 hits in the game today. He walked once. The only out he made was that line drive to center field that almost got over the head of Andrew McCutchen.
1 ball, 1 strike. The count here to Goldschmidt. Good pitch. 1-2.
Cliff Pennington in the on-deck circle. Appears that he will hit for Aaron Hill.
In the dirt, 2 balls and 2 strikes. You know, it's funny going back to Prado in that trade and how Upton goes from the Diamondbacks to Atlanta in that first month of the season. Everyone's like, man, Atlanta, they got the better half of that deal. And now you look at the overall numbers. You've got Upton, 273, 23 home runs, 22 doubles. Prado, his numbers, batting average coming into today, 275. Versatile, plays all over the field.
I think it's the way the numbers are gathered as well. Justin Upton is and always has been a very streaky player. 12 home runs in the month of April and then disappeared in the month of May, but he's red hot again right now. Prado is more of the grinder, and that's the mold that Kirk Gibson was thinking about for this Diamondbacks team. Guys that'll show up every day. You may not hit the tape measure home runs. You may not make the highlight reel plays, but you'll do whatever it takes on a daily basis to win. It might not always be pretty, but it'll be effective. Certainly that describes Martin Prado. He is effective.
2-2 Goldschmidt to left field. If that's fair, that's gone. And he ties Pedro Alvarez, the National League lead in home runs, with his 30th. Home runs, now 96 RBIs for Goldschmidt, and it's a 15-5 ball game.
That is a strong young man. That ball didn't even make that good of a sound off his bat. It looked like he hit it out near the end of the bat. But Marte barely moved out there in left field. High ball just inside the foul pole. 3-run homer for Paul Goldschmidt.
How about the fan making the catch and throwing it back right away as if he was trying to get the runner tagging up? By the way, there's still nobody out here in the ninth. I was impressed by his play. Cliff Pennington pinch hitting here. Can't hold up, 0-2.
Well, for Paul Goldschmidt, that is the 6th ninth-inning home run this season. Also had 1 in extra innings. Not quite as dramatic as some of his other ninth-inning home runs, but
was in the dirt, 1 ball and 2 strikes. I think for Goldschmidt, he's just like, you know, I got to keep pace with Alvarez here. He had a 3-run homer for his number 30. I should hit a 3-run homer for my 30th. And there was an interesting stat that he had no afternoon home runs on the season as Pennington grounds in the second. Walker to Anita make the play. The lights are on here. It's now 7:45 Eastern time. What does this classify as? Is it a daytime home run? Is it a nighttime home run?
That's a good question.
Because
I think it's when the game starts is how you determine, isn't it?
I don't know. I mean, because most games will start, you know, at 7 o'clock, and at 7:45 it'd be a nighttime home run.
I don't think Paul Goldschmidt cares. Whatever you want to call it is fine with me.
Well, we have another pinch hitter here. Tony Campana will pinch hit in the pitcher spot. And now you told me this guy can fly.
He's one of the fastest runners in the game. The issue is getting on first base consistently. And the bunt is not part of the equation with a 10-run lead in the ballgame. It better not be part of the equation. Still trying to work on his ability to hit the ball on the ground like that. Got a chance to beat that out.
Man, he can run. That was almost a bunt.
I mean, this is what teams, including the Chicago Cubs, where Tony Campana initially came up through the minor league system, they've been trying to get him to do. Just hit the ball on the ground and take off. Use that speed. I mean, he makes even routine plays, bang, bang, down there at first base. Any mishandling, any errant throws, and he's going to leg it out.
If you have that much speed, I would almost teach you to try to hit like Ichiro. Just slap it and get out of the box.
Or start running and then slap at it.
Nieves takes the first pitch, first strike.
A little bit of a reunion here in Pittsburgh. Tony Campana for the Diamondbacks and Josh Harrison for the Pirates, teammates at the University of Cincinnati when they both played in college. And they still argue over who's faster.
I thought it was great where today Harrison was saying if he's playing third base, he's telling Campana, come on, put it down, you're not going to get it.
Go ahead and bunt.
1 ball and 2 strikes. In the dirt. So it's weird. You get all these numbers before the game, right? All these different statistics. The Diamondbacks have been struggling on the road. 6-17 in their last 23 road games. Their last 3 games on the road, 5 hits, 8 hits, 6 hits. That's a total of 19 hits and 4 runs in their last 3 road games. In this one, 15 runs on 20 hits. One of those 20 hits, the 30th home run of the season for Paul Goldschmidt. It's 15-5 Arizona. Stays in the game after pinch hitting for Aaron Hill. And also a new pitcher into the game, Yuri De La Rosa, the left-hander for the D-backs. 2.08 ERA in 4 1/3, no walks, 5 strikeouts, has appeared in 5 games. He will face 9-1-2 in the order. But his team leading 15-5. 15 runs on 20 hits and 1 error. Look at this. He scored 6 runs in 1 inning, 4 runs, 3 runs. I mean, it's been an offensive outburst, to say the least, for this Arizona team.
A 6-hit inning, a 7-hit inning, a 2-hit inning that also had 2 base on balls.
So there's been some rhythm.
I guess so. For the Diamondbacks offense, there's been some rhythm. Don Baylor has to be happy with that.
Tony Sanchez with his first at-bat. Takes the pitch outside. Outside, 2 balls and no strikes. Today's attendance, 37,982. A sellout here at PNC Park. Sanchez to center field. Pollock has plenty of room. 1 away. The producer of today's game is Carol Langley. The director is Jonathan Evans. The associate director is Brian Biederman. And the broadcast associate is Ben Toder. The coordinating producer of the pregame show is Mike Connor. The producer is Ethan Kleinberg. And the director is Lucas Altman. Our stats today provided by Scott Lightman and Chris Muskoff. Starling Marte, first pitch swinging, fouls one into the seats down the right field line. Marte hit that solo home run back in the 3rd, part of that 4-run 3rd inning. The home run by Marte, the 3-run shot by Pedro Alvarez. And it looked like there were some other opportunities for the Pirates. They could only get one more across, and then next thing you know, Arizona just erupts. But Bob, we spoke at the very top of this broadcast. For Pirates fans here in Pittsburgh and across the country, cautiously optimistic because of what has happened in the past couple of years. And I asked you, is this the year that they can actually be optimistic and don't have to be cautiously optimistic? And you said yes, and I agree with you. But what I also am amazed by is if you go across the country, if a fan in their team is out of it, I find those fans are pulling for these Pirates.
I think everybody can identify with a team that has struggled as long as the Pirates have with just getting back to the 500 mark, for crying out loud. Forget the playoffs. Well, we heard Jay Bell talking about it earlier, the Pirates hitting coach. We talked to Clint Hurdle before the ball game today, and their attitude is you let it go.
Right.
I mean, this loss certainly didn't feel good today, but by the time they get back here and put their uniforms on tomorrow, it's going to be a distant memory. All they're going to be worried about is the game tomorrow, which is the only attitude you can have in this game. You can't drag successes along with you or failures. You got to let them go.
Adam Eaton out there in left field makes the catch. 2 away.
And I think there's enough veteran leadership on this Pirates team this year. We talked about some of the personalities they brought in here, including Russell Martin, A.J. Burnett. I mean, they've got guys who have been through battles before. They've been on good teams. They've been on bad teams. And they recognize the talent that this team has and how important it is to just keep looking forward.
And you talk to these guys, and obviously winning is fun. When you win, you're going to have fun. But these guys are having a lot of fun. Win or lose, they're playing with confidence. They know they can come back. This game, well, maybe, a 10-run deficit in the 9th inning. That's a little bit too much to ask. But in general, this team does not give up. And that's even what Jeff Locke said. He said what's amazing is that I was in a game and I gave up a few runs. And Neil Walker came up to me and said, just relax. We're going to win this game. And he said they came back and they won the game. And after they do that, you're starting to think, wow, maybe there is something going on here. 2 balls and no strikes to Walker. Fouls it back. Walker came up in a big spot in that 6th inning. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Kurt Gibson, he made sure he turned him around to bat from the right side as he brought in Thatcher. And Thatcher finally got him to strike out to end the inning. Off the end of the bat to right field. That'll drop in for a base hit. Neil Walker with his 2nd hit of the night. See, it is the nighttime.
Talking about the Pirates and their chances of making the postseason. Obviously, it's very important for a team to learn how to win. But it's almost equally as important to learn how to lose. Learn how to lose, learn from your mistakes, let it go, and come back the next day and try to be better at the things that caused you to lose the game the day before. You know, you can lose and drag it with you for weeks or months at a time, just like a hitter can think himself into a slump because of one bad at bat. Got to learn to let it go and move along.
Two balls and no strikes. The count here to Andrew McCutchen. Swing, 2 balls and 1 strike. Again tomorrow, it's Wade Miley against Charlie Morton in the rubber game of this 3-game series. Before the Diamondbacks head to Cincinnati and the Pirates go to San Diego. McCutchen off the end of the bat. De La Rosa, tough play. That'll be an infield single. McCutchen with his 3rd hit of the game. And it's 1st and 2nd with 2 outs.
Just put that one in a perfect spot. Probably an easier play for Will Nieves coming out from behind home plate, a right-handed thrower. Might have had a chance to get McCutchen, but with his speed, I don't know. And once De La Rosa gets involved, that's going to be a tough play for a left-handed pitcher to scoop that ball with his back to first base, turn around, try to make an accurate throw to get one of the fastest runners in the game.
Pedro Alvarez with that 3-run home run back in the 3rd has been quiet since. That young guy's not giving up. A slider, 1 ball and 1 strike. Two balls and 1 strike. Meanwhile, the sun is setting back behind the ballpark, shining down on the sky line of this downtown Pittsburgh, and it just looks spectacular right now. It really looks like a painting.
It does. I've done games here at this time of day before, and at some point you're going to get the sun glaring off of some of those high-rise windows over there right into your eyes. Not quite as much fun then, but boy, what a beautiful picture, man.
2 balls and 2 strikes here to Alvarez. In the air, center field. Pollock is there, and that will do it. 15-5. Arizona will take the middle game of this 3-game series over the Pirates. Tune over to Fox Sports 1 right now for UFC Fight Night. That will be immediately followed by the premiere of Fox Sports Live. For more information on today's game and the latest in Major League Baseball news, log on to foxsports.com MSN. For Bob Brentley, this is Justin Kutcher saying so long from Pittsburgh. You've been watching Fox Saturday Baseball, Fox Sports 1. It's UFC Fight Night.